Well, nothing's changing.
Well, I think things are great right now. In terms of geopolitical uncertainty, I think there's uh, less civil unrest than at any other point in history. Like Trump just ended what is it, like 8 wars, and there should be a ninth coming soon once they could close a deal between Russia and Ukraine.
Honestly, it seems like what Trump's trying to do is peace through strength, right? Where if we can be really strong as a country, we can create peace that way, right? And that's kind of what I'm seeing. And so like we look at the Greenland deal, right? So official says Greenland action could come within weeks or months, right? The US needs Greenland because if we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will. It's strategic. It just has to happen, right? So the US is offering a deal. And that's kind of what I think we saw with Venezuela with Maduro. We didn't have to send in SEAL Team 6 and do a bunch of whatever. It was very quick and easy. So honestly, I think they made a deal with Maduro. And I think we're going to see more of that.
I don't know.
What was that? 100 people died? Okay, maybe I'm wrong with that.
After that.
Never in my life.
Yeah, I mean, if I think he's
The weapons they used, like classified. They're like bleeding through the nose and shit, dude. I'm telling you, we lost like we didn't lose anybody, but they lost everybody, right?
And you know what? China's
no,
new
they lost.
detection system didn't even pick it up.
They're all Cubans, like Cuban defenders, like Cuba's next, in my opinion. Greenland.
Yeah, there was slightly over 100 something casualties. There was two American soldiers that got hit, but both are in stable condition. So we suffered zero casualties. The death toll in the Iranian protest has gone up, but it's still nothing compared to nearly over 1 million people, over 1 million casualties during the Arab Spring. I think right now it's around like 2,000 people in Iran, and you know that number is only going up.
Yeah, and I think the media kind of like pushes things to make them look worse than they are. Like, look at what they did with, I think it was Gaza. They were cleaning up rubble, and this lady had this gigantic boulder of concrete that she was just like moving like so easily, like handing to somebody. So it was obviously like styrofoam. And like people were like pointing that out. It doesn't mean that something didn't happen there, but I think the media tends to play things up to make them look a lot worse than they are.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think you
most of these.
I think you're onto a little
No, go
something.
ahead, Ars.
Just what I was saying is like I think you're onto a little something. I think we're both right, and we had said this before. Is like all this has been happening, and we're just all seeing it now. And now that we're all seeing it, they're kind of at the same time playing it up because everybody's seeing it to make it worse than it really is because it's clickbait. Um, at the same time, it doesn't mean nothing's happening. You know what I mean? I still think things are
No, there's
happening.
definitely stuff happening, but there's yeah, but there's always something happening.
Exactly. There's always something happening. We just actually know about it now, right?
Mhm.
Ace, what's up, brother? How you doing?
What's going on, Oz? How you doing?
Hey, so I seen you in the chat. You said we're in World War III right now. Why do you think that?
I mean, they've been bombing like crazy. I just think shit's going down right now. I mean,
Like who is bombing who?
I mean, the U.S. definitely bombed Iran.
Yeah,
Last
the
year,
nuclear
right?
facilities.
Yeah, last year.
Yeah, I got a rabbit hole for you guys. So you know how they bombed the nuclear facilities, right?
Yeah.
But you know what else they found in
Mhm.
in Iran recently around that time was rare earth minerals, right? What if what if it was all a mining operation and it was a way to dig deeper? So they drop some bunker busters so they can go in and take out all the material.
I could see that.
What do you
I
think,
mean,
Run Up?
but Iran hasn't opened up their economy to the U.S.
That we know of.
So it would
Who
have to
knows?
be if we are.
What
We
if
got
they're all in cahoots? What if
lithium.
it's all just a charade?
We got lithium from Afghanistan and Iraq. Why? And all of a sudden, like every kid is like driving bikes that are lithium enabled. Come on, bro.
I mean, all these electric cars
Yeah,
use
exactly.
lithium batteries.
It's
Look,
all about minerals.
look what happened in North Carolina when they found that lithium
Yep, no doubt.
Mhm.
I mean,
got flooded.
you're not stupid.
Yeah, I mean, it's about the critical metals, but in particular, rare earth minerals.
They do it everywhere though. Jamaica.
Lost Yankees says to me that XRP is a liquidity backing mechanism as a cross-border payments going up. XRP will be used to settle third world payments where all the different currencies are hard to set. Run Up. What do you think?
I don't really want to talk about XRP.
I knew it.
Oh
I
man,
fucking knew
that
it.
that was as good as that conversation could have gone, man.
We all need a day off sometimes.
Yeah, I get it, bro. I get it. I don't even want to argue with them at all about it either, man. I'm just so tired of trying to wake up the XRP people. It's crazy nonsense to me at this point. I'm just like, come on, can we move on?
Mhm.
And for some reason, the only
Yeah, so
way
I
I
just
get engagement is with this up on the screen. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be here.
but I just want to say that what took place with Iran is not anything new. It was, I forgot exactly when, but years ago, like we assassinated Soleimani, and Iran sent missiles or bombed U.S. Military bases, just like they did after we bombed the bunker busters. They had sent some missiles towards some of our military bases in Qatar. So this has been happening.
But it's not the people. It's actual like rulers, dude. They're done. That's my
Uh-huh.
opinion. They're done. He's going after the rulers, not the people. He's going after the rulers, just like Venezuela, right? Same shit. It's happening.
I think
Going
it's
for the
regime
oil.
change. You know,
They're gonna make but they're gonna make like our hemisphere, like Brazil, all them. Like the NFL is going in there. Why? They're trying to like be like, oh, like they broadcast the NFL, dude. It's not football, but to them it's football, right? Think about that. They're literally gonna just like just it's our hemisphere, dude. Just cut it.
Yeah, but the NFL also hosted games in London and Mexico. It's not just Brazil.
No, Mexico is a totally different animal, but yeah. Mm.
But it's just the NFL wanting to expand their fan base,
Who they do?
their audience.
The cartels run that shit, dude. They've been running it. And he knows it. I don't know what's gonna happen with that, but Cuba, Greenland, Venezuela, obviously, and then we'll see. You know, but it's my theory.
I mean, Greenland. is on our side of the hemisphere.
Yeah,
But I doubt that we will take any action. I think it's more rhetoric. Um, I think it's mostly just talk because we were saying the same thing about Canada, and I think with enough time that it'll just come to pass. I don't think
I don't
nothing
think
is
so.
really going to happen
I
with.
think we need Greenland strategically.
yes.
I think we have military bases that we built there during World War II. And did you know that the Revolution, if you're in the chat, if you could look this up for me, um, there's like a certain number of nuclear missiles that are missing. And I believe that several of them are there in those nuclear bases. And so we got to get our hands on them again. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Obviously, that's just speculation. But there's a strategy to having Greenland. And if we don't have Greenland, then Russia or China will. That's what it really boils down to.
And
And
because of like the
Now, Russia and China wouldn't dare invade Greenland because it's
no,
protected by
but they're
NATO.
around it, dude. It's just like us selling like Russia. Remember in the back in the days, dude, we weren't alive. Russia sold Alaska to us, and they hate themselves for that shit. Why? Money, oil. To now that like supposedly like everything's melting, right? That's crazy. The amount of
everybody,
money.
smash
And
that
We
like
really don't
button,
have any
subscribe to
right.
the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at
money, bro.
Ozthecryptogoat. We've got Fan Jam in the chat. What's going on, Fan Jam? How you doing, buddy?
What's up, buddy?
Just want to give a
What's up,
little
Run Up?
introduction.
Yeah, what's good, Fan Jam?
Belsar, how you doing? Fish,
I just feel
Cieto.
$100, man.
Welcome. I'm
Like, we
doing
just
great. How about
a lot
yourself, Fam Jam?
Doing well.
Going on.
Just hoping to contribute to the conversation here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we really don't have any right to Greenland,
But we need
I
despite
would
what.
I would agree with Run Up. I would agree with Run Up 100%. I know our current leader says they had a boat 500 years ago, but we had a boat here less than 500 years ago. And we decided to take this entire country. So we have no right to take that country because the boat showed up there 500 years ago. That's not an argument that he should be stating.
I think you're right. At the same time, if we are going into World War III, it's something that we need to have strategically.
for sure.
For a base,
Well,
for
I would argue
bombers.
that I'd argue we wouldn't be going into World War III if he wasn't antagonizing the rest of the world.
You know, the question I have is what rare earth minerals does Greenland have? There's your answer.
A lot.
It's the same bullshit you could argue for the Ukraine, and the same and I'm not discounting the fact that the leader of Venezuela shouldn't have been removed from there, but it doesn't mean that we own Venezuela or should be running Venezuela. They have a vice president just like we do. So if some country decided they wanted to take the United States and they kidnapped Donald Trump and JD Vance was in charge of the fucking country, what in the world would you say?
I would say bring it. Because I doubt it would happen, bro. In my
I
opinion.
mean, do you get my point though? Like
Yeah, I
we
get what
can't
you're saying.
we can't go around the world saying, "Oh, we're going to do this," while ostracizing the rest of the world. And
I'm trying to save the dollar, bro.
But we are doing it because they're definitely going to take all that oil from Venezuela. That's just facts.
but let's think about this in a macro perspective. If you were to continue on this path that we're continuing down, every single country that we have normally been allies with is, and I know people in the US because I've lived outside the US. I have spent many, many years living outside the US and living in the US. All of these countries are saying, you know what? We're going to start shutting down your bases. We're going to start shutting down everything else and saying, get the fuck out of here because we don't want to deal with you anymore. We're building China's economy. We've already built it 5% this year in what we're doing by what we thought were tariffs that were going to make China fall. But now China's gotten in with Europe, gotten in with Asia, like Southern Asia, gotten in with Russia, gotten in with everybody else. We're building their economy by taking detriment to our own economy. And we have taken years decades and decades of allies that we've had, almost a century of allies, pushed them away. And now they are contemplating saying, we're going to take all of your personnel that are in bases and send them home because we don't want your bases here anymore. So now we're losing ground in where we have American bases across global countries. For what? Because we have a guy that has a fucking dick complex? Like, this is stupid.
Dude, nuclear, like, I'm not saying World War III is gonna get to that. I hope it doesn't, but I'm just saying, like, they don't understand, like, macroeconomics. Bro. I'm telling you, like, it's all about the dollar. Like,
But what is the fucking dollar? The dollar is about to be fucking nothing.
I know that. I know that completely. Dude, trust me, I know. But I'm saying, like, if you look at it like that, it's sort of like, what the heck? Like, they're trying to. I know what you're saying. You know, like, you
They
want
want to
your
keep the
allies and
value
stuff.
of the dollar by
Yeah, but
taking
war
back control.
brings money to economies. Dude.
But if you think about the dollar was the replacement for the gold standard based on oil, right? So you think you can continue that going forward with oil, but we have a surplus of oil across the world. And Venezuelan oil is just like oil that comes from the United States. It's hard to refine, it's hard to sell, and it's hard to utilize, which is why most countries don't utilize it, which is why the Middle East has such a great run on oil. Now, the oil in the Middle East has always been against the US dollar, but they will get rid of that very quickly because they don't necessarily need the dollar, which is why so many people are buying gold, silver, copper, uranium, and tungsten because the next bet is against what needs to be used in phones, iPads, computers, Android phones, everything else like that, right? So where do you get that? That's the next shift, right? So there's Greenland, there's fucking Ukraine, there's everything else like that, right? So that's the war for that shit.
What I
But
believe, hold on.
you can't isolate yourself as a country and have every other country come against you and say, "Well, fuck it, we'll just keep it."
So
You have to make friends.
we moved from the gold standard to the oil standard, right? And just like you were saying, is
Energy.
there's an issue with the oil, right? And honestly, I think that they're going to be having new technology that's going to be rolled out. In 2020, Donald Trump signed the Release of Suppressed Technologies bill, which means all suppressed technology is to be released and implemented into society by 2025. So they're already rolling out this new tech. That's why we're seeing all these advancements and things come out. I believe that they have better batteries, better energy efficient ways to do things with electricity. And the future of everything will be AI. And we need rare earth minerals in order to build AI, build the infrastructure, build the robots that are going to run and do everything, right? So I think we're moving from the oil standard to the rare earth mineral standard.
The only other aside that I would say to that, Oz, is we had a very great opportunity with crypto to say, and I would not even pick any particular crypto from a ledger perspective and a offsite banking perspective to be able to make that the next gold standard. And we've missed it as a country because other countries have adopted it more than the United States has been able to adopt it. But on top of that, this isn't going to be a war of guns. This is going to be a war of technology. And we are so predisposed to being the toughest from our military and everything else like that, which I'm not putting that to the side. I'm just saying we are losing the economic battle.
I don't
I
think
wouldn't say we're
so.
losing.
I,
I'd say we're fighting it though.
I think the petrodollar is stronger than ever, despite that 50-year deal that we made with the Saudis ending. Like anyone that tried to challenge the petrodollar got removed from power. You saw that happen with Gaddafi. You saw the same thing happen with Saddam Hussein, and now you see it with Maduro. It's not about the oil, because many American companies don't even want to go to Venezuela to set up shop just because it's not the heavy crude oil that they have there is super expensive to extract and refine. And
Which is the
it's
same, which
when we're
is the
talking
same in
about
Texas.
margins, that's,
It's the same in Texas. It's a
yeah,
very hard crude
yeah.
to
So
refine.
yeah, so Texas and Louisiana actually has 6 facilities to refine heavy crude. But we're allowing them to keep their production. We are just going to do the refining part. And Trump even said it himself that he's willing to export Venezuelan oil to both Russia and China. So it's not about us keeping the oil, it's about maintaining the petrodollar. That oil is still transacted in dollars, and it's stronger than ever. Over 80% of the oil trade is transacted in dollars still.
For now.
And I agree with you. I don't discount that, but oil is at a surplus and will continue to be. But where we're distracted by oil, we're losing traction on currency and technology as it relates to the rest of the world. And what we're doing is creating allies that are no longer allies, and that's not a good thing economically. I mean, and I'll just give you a small example. 37% of FIFA tickets have been canceled to the United States. Do you know what that does to every single fucking stadium where all that was being held? And I know that sounds minuscule, but it's a reflection of what's going on globally versus what
Is
we.
that World Cup soccer?
That's correct.
Sorry, my ignorance on that.
That's billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. In economy, as far as people going and staying in hotels, going out and eating, going out and touring, going out, all because they don't want to come here simply for the reason that it's been enacted that if you have any negative comments about our president on your social media, you'll be turned away. Turned away.
It's
Wait, are you
brainwashed.
saying we're no longer hosting the World Cup? Because
No,
I know we're
we're
supposed
hosting
to.
it. We're hosting it.
Yeah,
But
no,
37,000 tickets have already been canceled, and
So
they're
we're
continuing to
gatekeeping
do
it.
that. So
So we're gatekeeping it. We're saying if you say naughty words on the internet, you're not allowed to go to the World Cup.
you're
Is that
not
what you're
allowed
saying?
in. That was a policy put forward by our president as checks
I mean,
at when you come in from another country. They will search your social media, and if you have negative things to say about them, you're put back on a plane and you're leaving. That's policy.
George Orwell.
That's
like digital wallets to me, dude.
it's
Thought,
dystopian.
thought
I
police.
mean, we're also hosting the Olympics, and the Olympics is largely known as a net loss to a country. That's why a lot of countries don't want to host. Like it costs us more money than we actually get back. But because we're so wealthy as a nation, we could afford it. And you could argue the same for the World Cup.
You'd say the same thing for the United Nations building being in our New York.
Or the Federal Reserve building that costs like $3 billion. For real?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Or
Or
the
that
new
stupid
ballroom they're putting
fucking,
in at
or that stupid ballroom.
the ballroom at the
What?
White House
The
that they
difference
can't
is,
build
though,
because
dude.
it's physically
Well, it's not
impossible.
coming from taxpayers' dollars. It's coming from
That's
donations.
He's
Now,
not
now,
coming.
now, hold on.
It's not
I will
coming.
agree with Run Up. That's coming from donations, but
Yeah, I love that.
outside
That's
of
not a
that,
good thing,
Word was
guys.
from taxpayers,
Having
bro.
private
Trump is even
donations to fund
contributing his own money.
I don't
hold on,
pay
hold on, hold
tax.
on,
I
hold
don't
on.
pay taxes.
Having
so they don't
governments
pay mine.
uh buildings, anything government, having private institutions or people funding it is the start of fascism. So fascism, the actual definition of it is the merger between the state and corporation. Okay? So when you have the corporation starting to fund the government, you now have fascism. We don't want that, guys.
Isn't that how taxes work?
I
No,
agree with
because the
Run Up on the fact
corporations
that
don't
that's
pay
not.
taxes right now.
I agree with Run Up on the fact, and these are private. These are private investors, so I will support what he's saying
Do
here.
you
These are private
really
investors.
want
Now,
private
these private
investors to
investors.
be able
Elon
to
Musk
pull
just paid.
strings and manipulate the government?
No,
I mean,
but
Elon Musk just paid the largest tax bill in history.
And I'm not saying
The
that
top
that's
because
one
right.
he
percent pays
He's about to be a
40% of the income
trillionaire.
tax.
Yeah, it's
The
hard.
top 1% pays 40% of the income tax. Those that are at the lower end of the socioeconomic ladder, they're actually taking more from the system than they contribute. So it's a net loss for the government.
The issue is at hand is this: is if private institutions can basically bribe our government, we have a problem. They can, because you
I
don't
think it's
tell
the
me
other
that
day
they're
around.
not gonna do a tit for tat on that. There is something
No,
that
it's
they're
actually the
getting at.
other way around. States and cities bribe these big corporations with tax incentives so that they could set up shop in their city, in their jurisdiction, so they could reap the rewards.
that type of stuff, I'm less concerned about. I'm more concerned about the fact that when we've taken over another country, effectively,
It's the only. It's the only thing.
our leader has said that he is now running that country, but also has said that all money will go into offshore accounts that he will solely control, not to the treasury.
Now
That's
that's
an
ridiculous.
issue. That's a fucking
It's
He never
issue.
said it's
imperialism.
going to offshore accounts.
The,
That is okay.
He
Log
said
into,
that the money will go back to Venezuelan citizens along with
of
reimbursing
course,
American
of
oil
course,
companies.
just like all the money that Doge saved is supposed to come back to us, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
good luck on that
and
one.
he also allowed Delcy Rodriguez, which is the vice president, who was elected under Maduro to be the sitting president.
No, actually, if you go on to Truth Social today, he declared himself the president of Venezuela, and she works for him. That's from his mouth
No, 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 no,
on
No,
on.
no. That was something that he did tweet on True Social, but that's because someone edited the wiki page and he just reposted it. And he's not in
Rubio could be
complete
the guy.
control of
Okay.
his True Social
Can you
account.
imagine?
right. That's one thing I want to explain here is like, remember, Donald Trump is not the one posting on Truth Social. Probably most of the time, maybe once in a while, it is him. Also, it's Truth Social. It's not an official on the whitehouse.gov kind of
I
thing.
no,
right?
I don't care if it's official. It's it's what people that are less in tune than the people that are on this panel or yourself or anybody else that are listening to. That's the fucking point. These people that follow this shit are looking at it and they're like, "Oh yeah, this guy is fucking the king. He's the dictator. He's this, he's that." And that's the difference between
I mean, he's neither a king nor a dictator, and he's
but
doing
No, hold
a
on, hold
lot
on,
of
hold on,
good
hold on.
for the
The
common
the
man.
United States has had a king since like the Patriot Act was enacted. Ever since the executive branch can write law with executive order, we now have a king. That is a decree. It is an unconstitutional edict that is implemented by the president. Therefore, we have had a king in the United States for a very long time.
September 11th, brother. I'm
Yeah.
telling you.
Well, it was after that. It was like
I've seen it.
2002, the
Bro,
Patriot
I've
Act,
seen
when
it
it
with
was
my
passed.
own eyes. I live in New Jersey, dude. I seen that shit, and ever since that moment, dude, I watched them collapse. So, whatever, you know.
Welcome, Green Hornet.
Hey,
I think I
guys,
think I think I think one of the things that I would like as an American citizen is to try to get back to a point where we're not doing what we're doing now. We have set ourselves
Good luck.
back 50 years.
Good
50
luck.
years
I would
plus.
disagree.
Are you
We
kidding?
I
never
think we
move
have
back. We
moved
always move
forward a
forward.
ton.
They get away with one
Like,
little
we're
thing and then they
still
push
the world
harder.
superpower. The U.S. dollar is still the world reserve currency. We still have the strongest military. We still
I'm
have the strongest economy.
I'm not speaking in terms of economics or in terms of where we at or where we think we're at as a global presence because we're not there. But what I'm speaking in terms is of people of morality and integrity. And what's happening in the United States right now is
Gotcha.
not moral and has no integrity. And it is
Facts.
fucking
So
disgusting.
how not? How not though?
Are you kidding me?
Trump is
The
doing a
the
lot.
better way, the better way. Let me ask y'all something on this. I think it's smart to, when someone makes a statement, try to think about what they mean, so you can try to be unbiased. So run up. You and I have a rapport, and I'm not coming at you or nothing. So what I would say is, what do you think he means? Like, if you were to put
I mean,
yourself in his spot, on his frame of mind, and can you really can maybe just consider, like, what do you think the other side's intent is, and what do they mean? And I think if we can get back to that, that's the country we need to get back to, in
The
my
issue
opinion,
with
because
that is Green Hornet
I mean,
is we are watching
uh,
a movie. It's the same movie playing on one screen, but two different audiences watching two different movies. So it's the same movie playing, but this side sees one thing and this side sees another. And it's
yeah,
created bifurcation. Everyone's watching the same movie, but they're all getting their own interpretation of what's happening.
that's what I mean. Is like, we gotta think about what the other side's intentions are truly, and stop listening to what people tell us. Right? Stop being led, and like, truly, for one thing, this is what I can tell you. Like, with trading the last year, I've probably met, through these socials, probably 400 or 500 people in these different groups, and what I can tell you is, we're more alike than different, right? Or that we are more alike than different, and if we could just remove the noise, we'll get back to that. But this is what I like to play devil's advocate. Like, I think it's a little. I don't want to be disrespectful. I think it's a little. I mean, with the respect of Truth Social and the president, regardless, if I think we got to be accountable and responsible. If we can't ask the president to be accountable and responsible, what comes out on his official Truth Social page, then what are we doing? Like, what conversation can we really have if we all can't agree that whatever comes out on someone's official social media page is them supporting it, regardless if they made the post or if it come from their official account, they are responsible for it, whoever that is. You know what I mean? And so we have to have a fundamental understanding to have a conversation. We can't, the rebuttal can't be, well, that's not him typing it. Well, it doesn't matter. It's he has ownership
His
of it.
account, yeah.
Right.
It
It should be approved
so we have
or
to,
whatever. Yeah, I agree.
yeah,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
he,
just
si-
think
he,
that's
signed,
what
he signed
follow
off.
his,
we have to have
yeah, but if
we
you
have
follow
to,
his
we have
social
to,
media,
we have to have something. We have to. This is what I say. Do you think Trump has benefited from his social media?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I get.
Absolutely, right?
I guess I would say right underneath it says Venezuelan president. Underneath that it says 47th president of the United States. Underneath that it says 45th president of the United States. So
Yeah.
at the
yeah,
top
but
of
if
it
you
it
follow,
says
if
but
you follow his social media pages,
he signed off on it.
he
He signed off on it.
yeah, he might have signed off on it, but if you follow his social media pages, he posts a lot, and he's always like joking about things.
I know.
But
Maybe,
he's-
maybe
I don't think he
he's
jokes.
gotta-
I
so
think
he's
he
gotta
actually
own that.
means those things when he says them.
He does mean it, but he's
gotta
I
a
don't
own
give
troll.
a
He
fuck.
trolls
I'm not
people.
saying that he don't mean it, but
I don't give a fuck whether he means it or not. He's the
Let's-
free leader of the United States.
Let's
If he
remove
doesn't
emotion,
agree, if
man.
he doesn't
and there's-
agree with it, then he shouldn't have it on his fucking social media
He obviously
that he
agrees
created.
with it.
I'm not
His
saying he
own
don't agree
page that
with
he
it.
created.
Yeah, but I don't
I
see
agree.
anything wrong with it. That's the thing.
You don't think? I mean,
What-
that's ultimately what the gentleman was saying. Run up is like the morality is we don't care that the president of the
Yeah, but-
United
no,
States
but-
is supporting it. So that's the issue in this
Yeah, no,
country.
but
I
there's a
agree with that.
difference between
Listen,
rhetoric.
I agree. I like some of the stuff I can pick and choose, and I can tell you the good things from this administration to the last one and the one before and the two before that. Right? I truly am. I don't marry these people at all. I don't. They're not for us.
And I don't fucking like any of them.
I'm not for. I'm not. You know, I'm not married to these people. So, I don't know. I just think we should be able to remove emotion and talk about these people and what they've done.
Yeah,
The problem
but
is.
I
Go
think
ahead.
we should normalize
I'll mute up.
Yeah,
prosecuting
but
politicians.
we shouldn't focus on the rhetoric. We should focus on policy. So let's
Okay,
talk about policy.
so-
Let's
all right,
Sure,
let's talk
tell me
about
what
he's
tell
done.
me what policies Trump has put forward.
Run up. Yeah, run up. I mean,
and
He's
accomplished.
lowered. He's
No,
lowered drug
no. You
prices
said
through-
policy. You said policies. I
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
know
yeah,
what
that's
policy.
that's policy. That's policy. He
Honestly,
signed an
hold
executive
on.
order to
Yeah,
lower
Honestly,
drug
I
prices.
would
the
He
only
also-
real
I would say
policy
this,
that I
man.
have seen
Yeah, that's
Trump
the thing.
enforce is immigration. Everything else
Yeah,
has
there-
kind of
there's-
been wish-washy, flip-floppy. The
Policy-
only thing we've
There's-
seen is
No,
deportation.
but there hasn't been no flip flopping at all.
And he's been using his social media to run up his crypto bag for
What
sure.
happened to no tax on crypto?
No. I want to ask you, Run Up, what policy has Trump achieved that he polled on in getting elected that has happened? What policies? List them.
Listen, the
He
reality of
just
it is.
gave
Go ahead.
he just
Policies.
gave farmers a $2.5 billion stimulus.
Policies.
He also gave
not
No,
what he
yeah,
gave.
that's
Policies.
policy.
That ain't policy, man.
Nope.
That's
No,
not.
sir.
So
That
let's-
is not a
let's-
policy.
So let's have a real conversation. Listen, in my view, I'll state my view, and then you state yours. Whoever wants to go next. My view is this: what did they prioritize? Right? You look at his first 100 days. You might want to say immigration, but they really didn't pass legislation for immigration. What did they pass? They
Tariffs.
passed the Genius Bill. They passed
They
the
passed the
didn't
one
even
big
pass that.
beautiful bill, which
Listen,
gave
I said I'm
funding
done. This
for-
is me. Hey, listen.
Hold on.
Listen. In reality, I'm sorry. They focused on what did Congress focus on, right? What did we pass, right? We passed they're working on what they said is important was digital asset legislation. That's it. Like that's what they focused on. Now they signed a lot of executive orders. That ain't nothing. That don't mean anything.
That's not law.
That's not long standing. You know what I mean?
Temporary
So what
orders.
did they I know what they said, but what did they do? You say a lot of stuff. EOs don't matter at all, right? Pass something, create legislation, right? That's where the Democrats have.
That's what we're getting now.
Listen real quick, and I'll mute up. That's where the Democrats went out versus the Republicans, in my opinion, because Biden's administration, whether you like them or not, they passed legislation. They did. Regardless of what you want to believe, they did that. So that's what I want Trump and them to focus on. It's just like his first term. I like some of the stuff, but I didn't like what they focused on. I didn't like the tax. I did not like the tax. I liked some of it. I didn't like all of it. I don't like what they say because it don't match what they do when we're talking about policy and legislation. EOs is not policy,
No, not.
And I'll mute up.
He ran on deregulation and tax cuts, and that's exactly what we got. And we also got the Genius Act. Now we're getting the Clarity Act. He doesn't have absolute control. It's Congress that passes the legislation.
Run up. He definitely pressures Congress and the rest of society more than any politician that we've ever had.
But the Senate has the ability
I understand how government works.
Democrats have the ability to filibuster.
How that works.
Let Run Up finish. Hold on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me mute up.
Go ahead, Run Up. The floor is yours.
Like let's talk about all the things that he did do. Let's talk about the legislation that was passed under his term. Like we got investment accounts for children. Like what else did he run on? Like no men in women's sports. Like we don't, like he's still fighting that battle.
Okay, how does that fucking matter?
He says, like we got the cheapest gas prices in 5 years. Prices are down, inflation is down. We had record high inflations under Biden.
Gas went
now
up
it's at 2.6%. Our economy is extremely high right now. The Atlanta Fed projects that we'll see over 5% GDP growth, and that's real GDP adjusted for inflation. He also reduced our trade deficit, which was another thing that he ran on. And that's the reason why our GDP is high, because we're lowering our
everything you've mentioned is this short-term stuff. We're talking about policies, so let's have a policy.
We have the one big beautiful bill that was passed.
Real quick.
There's no tax on tips, taxes, Social Security. We're about to see the biggest tax refund ever.
All right, hold on. I think it's a little unfair to say what has he done, because he's still got 3 more years. Okay. Not much gets done right away. Most of it's fixing previous administration's executive orders and a lot of paperwork. But I will also say that basically the president has 18 months to get things done.
I would argue different. In most presidencies, yes, you are correct. In this presidency, a lot has been done, but not to the benefit of the United States.
Right.
Not to the benefit of the United States.
Hold on, let him finish.
Not to the benefit of the United States. And I'm not saying that economically, Run Up, because economically is different than a humanitarian or moral or integrity
ended 8 wars. You're talking about wars that lasted
ended wars. All right, now I will argue with you on wars, because we're starting wars. The United States is starting World War III.
No war. We're not about to start any war with Venezuela or Greenland.
I don't give a fuck about Venezuela. We are starting a war with the rest of the fucking world.
We ended the war between Thailand and Cambodia. We ended the war between India and Pakistan. We ended the war between Iran and Israel. We ended several wars
Iran, we're
in
about to fucking
Africa,
bomb
where
Iran.
Congo and
The fuck you
Rwanda.
talking about? We're getting ready
We
to
bombed
bomb
their
Iran.
nuclear facilities. It was
Hey,
Iran
dude.
that it was missiles flying both ways from both Iran and Israel. All we did was use the buster bombers on the nuclear facilities.
Okay, so
Like,
let me put it this way.
we accomplished our goal with the most minimal damage,
Okay, so
with the least casualty.
let me put this forward to you. So we spend over $6 billion a year on Israel, a place the size of fucking New Jersey, where they have healthcare covered, they also have education covered, they also have everything under the world covered because we pay for that through our tax dollars. Meanwhile, in the United
And we
States,
should because we
nothing.
need
why
an
should we?
ally. We need a presence in the
Why do
Middle
we need
East.
an ally in the Middle East that's the size of fucking New Jersey when we have allies the size of Saudi and the United Arab Emirates? Fuck Israel. They can suck a fucking dick. Like they don't need shit from us. They just
I mean,
get money from us. What the fuck? Who gives a fuck about Israel? Like they're
I'm
the
tired
size
of
of fucking
giving.
New Jersey.
You know what? I'm
I
tired
don't
of
want to.
us
I don't want to
giving.
fucking pay my money
Hold on. I'm
to
tired
them.
of us giving money to other
They're
countries.
they're
Period.
they're not a strong
For
ally.
it, with nothing in return. Like what are we getting in return for all that we
Nothing.
give out? And that's
Absolutely nothing.
what I'm saying is like we need to stop it until we have free healthcare and free college and all the free stuff that all these other countries are getting. We need to stop sending them money because literally everything that we send out of this country could fund those things.
Absolutely.
And that's
say,
what Trump has done. If we're talking about policy,
hold on.
Trump has significantly reduced USAID spending.
Dude, let people finish their conversation before you jump in gung ho. Let people finish talking. Okay? Can you do that? That'd be
Hi,
great.
Revolution. So Revolution is our moderator.
I'm gonna say
here.
goodbye real quick, guys. I gotta go. Oz, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you always letting me up.
Absolutely.
I gotta get up early. I appreciate you guys. Run Up is a good dude. So if y'all don't know him,
No,
is a great dude.
dude,
He's a good dude,
I
so
love
y'all-
I love Run Up, and
Yeah.
and believe me, this is
He's
just
just-
banter
he's
back
passionate.
and forth.
Yeah.
This is banter back and forth. I love the motherfucker to death.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
don't
Same
take
here.
this as an affront because I love Run Up.
Yeah, y'all have
We're
a
just-
good, y'all have a
we're
good
just-
one,
we're
guys.
just having
Y'all
a
have good
chat.
conversation. I'll see y'all on the
will be
next one.
boys.
We love all of you, but we all need to take a turn.
And honestly, I think a good heated chat is necessary in order to find the common ground, that equal medium. You know, we need a place to have these discussions, but we also need to make sure that we conduct ourselves properly. So allow people to speak. So
Yeah, I mean, believe me, I will say this up front. I love Run Up to fucking death. You and I have gone back and forth forever, but we always have a good fucking chat, dude. Like we always go back and forth. But I love the motherfucker. He's great. He's a great dude. He's
Same.
fucking smart as shit. Smart as a motherfucker.
especially when it comes to economics, Run Up is like top tier, man. Top tier.
Love the
Absolutely.
passion. Love the
Absolutely.
passion.
So we have these discussions, but they're discussions. Like I'm never gonna be like, man, fuck Run Up. Like no, dude, I love the guy, but I love that we have a space where we can go back and forth and have these arguments. But I want the chat and everybody else to know this guy is fucking brilliant. But we're gonna have these arguments.
The thing is, my kids were concerned because all they heard was screaming. And they went to look over to see what was happening. And you were screaming so loud, they thought something like horrific happened. And so when you get past the point of absolutely, you want to argue things out or you want to debate them, but when you have to resort to screaming to get your point across, you've already lost. You're no longer trying to make it where people can understand or see your point of view or explain it. You're yelling because whatever your direction is going, so people stop listening to you when you start yelling, because now you're just coming off abrasive, and then it turns the conversation of why you want to keep on track, but you can do that in a calm manner. I'm a mom. I yell all the time.
Revolution, that's understood. One of the other things you need to understand is that depending on where we are in the world, there's a lag in where the discussions are. So sometimes people end up talking over each other. People end up talking over each other because it's just behind each other.
Right.
Or in front of each other. Depending on where you're at, the latency becomes an issue. So sometimes you'll hear people going back and forth and they're yelling back and forth because they think somebody's talking over them, but maybe they're not. You know what I mean? So it just sort of happens that way.
One thing that I've learned in debating is that when you resort to raising your voice, cutting people off, or calling people names, it shows a sign of lack of argument. So we have to learn when we are
tolerance,
that when we are in an argument, to control our emotions, our tempers, and in order to convey the point. Because when we lose that, but I love a good healthy debate. I
say perception. People have different perception of how they receive the information.
Yep, we got two different audiences.
That's one thing I've learned over the years. Mm-hmm.
Everyone's got their bias. Everyone believes what they believe. Honestly, I think there are good things that we've gotten from this administration, and there's terrible things that we've gotten from this administration. Nothing is perfect. I mean, and some of the things that I find terrible, I can't really argue with or disagree with because the American people voted for it. So there's nothing that can be done.
I think there's and maybe this is just myself, but I think there is a perspective at voting, because a lot of what happens at voting is like, how is this personally going to affect me, and from an economical perspective, right? Like, okay, well, this guy says he's going to lower groceries, and this guy says he's going to lower this and lower that and make everything more economical, and I'm going to make more money, and then I'm going to get better taxes, and I'm going to get it. So there's that mindset, which, if I'm being honest, Trump did a great job of doing the exact same thing that Barack Obama did, right? You find a group of people that didn't normally vote, you target them, and then have them vote. Outside of the people that consistently vote, Trump did the exact same thing. He took the exact same voting profile and he did it both times. Very smart. Very smart. It's a great way to get elected. However, that doesn't necessarily translate once you're in office to what the result is. Now, the result in this particular circumstance has been not very globally acceptable.
Right. And people don't like us now all across the world because of it. Obviously, places like France, they Americans, like whatever. But like, we've become the redheaded stepchild of all the nations in the world because of
it's less about people in those nations and more about those nations from that political level, right? So if those nations are beginning to turn towards people that weren't, or countries that weren't our allies, to get goods or be associated with us, we're becoming an island. And that's not how you maintain being what America has considered itself, which is a global power. That is an offset of what's happening in this administration. And that's not a fucking good thing. Now, yes, there are economic things that are working to the benefit of individuals, but how does that translate in years to come? Because we're only fucking 18 months in,
Mark Carmichael
and
says we don't need to
how
be.
much worse can that get?
Mark Carmichael
Being put
says
on an island.
we need to be respected, not feared. And I agree. I think, you know, there should be like some aspect of fear, but it should be respected in a way of like, this is the way we conduct ourselves. We do good business. You know, for me, like I've owned
to what you're
multiple
saying,
businesses, right? And I always conduct myself in win-win business, right? So I win and so does the customer. And I think that that's how we should be conducting ourselves as a nation. At the same time, we have been getting raked over the coals as a nation for a long time. So I get the idea of, you know, screw everybody else. It's time for us to get our fair share or whatever. And I understand that. But at the same time, I think there's a way to do it without becoming the redheaded stepchild in the room. You know, a little bit more presidential.
I think to what you're saying, there's a great balance of respect and fear, but we were respected as a company of trade, respected as a company of authority, but we gained and garnered that respect because of our authority in the fact that we are a superpower of military presence.
We don't even
These
really
countries,
trade. Like we don't produce much of anything. Everything that we
these
get
countries,
is imported. Like we don't export much. And
but
on top
but
of that,
when these countries start turning around and saying, "Get your fucking military out of my country because I don't want anything to do with you anymore," that's going to become a huge fucking problem. Now we're an island.
yeah. And I
That's a
mean,
big problem.
part of that comes from the nationalism that Trump, you know, stuck on. And I don't think that nationalism is a bad thing. I think we should be more concerned with our nation than others. But at the same time, like,
But we're not doing that. We're
yeah,
not
we're
doing
not.
that. We are providing money to the Ukraine. Not to say that we can't support them, but we're providing money to Ukraine. We're providing money to Israel that is fucking useless.
And that's the issue
We
is
are
Trump is trying to look a certain way, not be a certain way. He wants to look like he's a nationalist by implementing tariffs and doing all these different things and deportations and whatnot, right? All these things come across as nationalism, but if he was really a nationalist, we'd stop sending money to Ukraine, stop sending money to Israel. We'd start focusing on building up our nation, implementing policy that is going to help our country. And really, the only thing
America
that we've
first.
seen is crypto legislation. That's the
What
only
what
thing
is
we've
this?
seen.
America first, right? America first. Yeah, we don't focus on America. We send money everywhere else, and we don't do anything to betterment the people of the United States while focusing on trying to get to war.
Yeah,
It doesn't
Because
make
I think
sense.
the
But can
issue
we
is
let
look
Jesse?
like.
Can we let Jesse speak for
Oh,
a
yeah.
second,
Go ahead.
please?
yes, yeah, oh yeah, please, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I hate being interrupted. I would not do that to anybody else. I get what all of you are saying, and the problem is no matter how this goes, we should have been putting America first. And if we're sending money out, we don't care about the people here. I see veterans that can't even get an appointment with the VA. I see kids that are going hungry. And so it's not about America first, but people also need to understand this isn't just Trump. Okay, this has been generations of presidents who have put us into war with money we
Completely
didn't have
agree.
that could have been put into the people, and instead we never make the right choice. Israel is a waste of money. Ukraine, not our problem. Iran, still not our problem. That became our problem because of Israel. And we're funding all these other wars when there's so many people here that need help. And so I don't care what side of the fence you're on, whether you hate the administration or not. These is concurrent problems. These aren't new problems. The
Totally
problem
agree.
is, yeah, we're now in the age of social media, and we see everything. It wasn't like 10 years ago when we didn't know what was happening in other countries. We had no idea. We didn't see videos, but now we do. And people are more intimately involved in everything that's happening. But when it comes down to it,
Sadly, you only see the videos they allow
we
you to see.
only see the videos that they want us to see. And that's a huge, and it's not just our country that is controlling it. It is every country controlling their narrative on what they want you to see. And until people can grasp their head around that, yeah, we did bomb Nigeria as well. We've either started wars or helping fund wars. And people think, well, we're not in that war, we're just funding it. No, it becomes our war when we start funding it. We're a part of it. And until all of this calms down, and he's already got other targets, Colombia, Cuba, Greenland.
Mexico.
And so we need to just, Mexico, we need to accept that this is what's going to happen and how we're going to deal with it. We're already in World War III, but
no,
now,
we don't need to. We don't need to accept it. Actually, we as a country can have a say in that, and
Well, we need to
that's where it's
realize that
becoming
we're
a
there.
problem.
I think it's not
Exactly,
about
but my thing is-
acceptance. I think it's about realizing where we're at.
Yeah.
In the world. It's not about
realizing that if
accepting.
we don't take a different direction, this is it. This will be our life. And I don't think anybody wants that for the sake of the future, our children, any of that. And that's the problem, is that most people are so complacent, and it's now like, oh, this is just what it is. And when I say like, no, people aren't realizing what's going on around them. And I hope someday for both sides that we do, because right now where we are in this country is so sad, and just people are dying, people are angry, and they don't even know what they're angry about. They're just angry because some news outlet told them to be. Okay, I'm done.
Well, I think that the people have been so beaten down for so many years about the fact that they, through elections, can't make a change, that they individually think, well, what the fuck can I do about it? So I guess it just can continue on.
I want to
But
push back on
that's
that real quick.
that's an adverse mentology to what happened in the 60s and 70s,
hold
where
on,
people
Fan Jam.
sat and said, you
I
know
wanna-
what, fuck
Fan
it,
Jam.
let's
Fan
rise
Jam.
up.
Fan Jam. I want to push back on you a little bit. You said
We
that.
had
All right.
Hold on. You said that people don't think that voting works, and they feel like they don't have a voice, and that's why they're doing things. I would push back on that and say that there is. Oh, let me turn up my mic a little bit. So what I would say is that I think it's quite the opposite, and maybe people have been inundated to the idea that their voice can't be heard and that voting doesn't work. But I would say that Donald Trump being in office right now is proof that voting works, because they tried everything to keep him out of office. Okay? They tried to throw him in prison. They tried to bring him up on multiple charges. They tried to, come up with anything that they could to keep Donald Trump from getting elected, and he still got elected. So if that's not proof that voting works, I don't know what is.
So just to add to what you're saying, down in the chat, crypto, what is it, crypto market? Yes, you are correct. The electoral vote is probably a pretty shitty thing as it relates to what's going on. However, the current leader won the electoral and popular vote. So to what Oz is saying, that was a full vote there. You know, when Trump beat what was
Right.
it, Hillary or
They
whatever,
didn't
like
need an
that was
electoral
that was an electoral versus popular vote discrepancy. This was an electoral and popular win
Yeah,
on
he
both
won
sides.
both.
Now the reason that is because he used Obama's strategy of finding people that didn't typically vote and had them come out to vote. Now, that doesn't necessarily represent everyone, but it does represent people that normally did not care to vote, didn't give a fuck, just whatever happened. And those two strategies have been the polarization of the last fucking, what, let's say 16 years of voting. That's a different strategy.
All right, so I want to take this moment to say smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. We've got Mr. Josh TV in the chat. What's up, Mr. Josh? How you doing?
What's up? I only had to join because I kind of agree with both like Fan Jam and Run Up. Mostly, like, the thing is for me is like sending money to all these other countries, specifically a certain country, is like so unnecessary.
And
Like,
if
it
you're in the
doesn't matter,
Discord, you know who he's talking about.
right? It's just like we're it doesn't, like, obviously Trump has done some good things for the economy. We can somewhat all agree on that. But the problem is especially with what Revolution said, we still have veterans on the streets. How is that even a thing right now? If we're doing so good economically, maybe that money that we're sending to these other countries should be used for our veterans first and to fix our problems before sending it away.
Well, I mean, why do we have an entire group of people that aren't even sanctioned under actual law running around picking up people and putting them in what equates to concentration camps to rip them out of society and not even deport them, just put them in fucking prison
And they're
for
doing it
nothing.
to U.S. citizens now. They're doing it
Across
to
the board.
everyone. And this is a slippery slope, ladies and gentlemen. One day it starts out as we're just, rounding up the immigrants. Next thing, they're checking social media and rounding up the people that they don't care for what they say. Next thing you know, there's Amazon trucks that pull up to your house to deliver a package, come in and black bag your entire family and disappear you.
Now here's an alternative to that, which I've lived in 6 different countries. Okay, here's an alternative to that. Sure, if you want to remove illegal people from the country, great.
Oh my
You
God,
have
we got
you.
restricted.
Oh, I'm sure. But
Revolution
you
starts now, does not comply with our community guidelines. The restriction will be removed once they are disconnected. Revolution, I got to rug you for a few minutes and then I'll bring you back. That is
so
ridiculous.
I agree. But
She
here's
did absolutely
alternative
nothing.
options. Here's alternative options that happen in other countries, right? So if there was a person there that was not supposed to be there, they could be offered a work visa, not a citizenship, not a green card, not anything else. You're offered a work visa. Now you can stay here and continue working in your job if you have a job. If you don't have a job, I'm sorry, we need to displace you to another place, back to your place of origin. If you are a felon or somebody else like that, we need to displace you and you're not allowed back in. But anybody that's working here or is here illegally, give the option for a work visa. Now
Or
I've
not even that,
dealt
a
with that
path
in
to become a citizen.
six different countries where they give you the
that
option.
is the system that we have.
No,
That
that
is the
is not.
current system.
No,
It's just people
no.
choose. It's people who choose to come here illegally.
Run Up. There are
That's the difference.
Run Up.
You're
There are
missing.
people.
You're missing my point.
Hold on, everyone, quiet for a second. Run Up.
Well, I choose.
Hold on. Run Up. There are people that are going into immigration court to get their citizenship, right? That are here illegally, but they're going through the channels, okay, to make it done right, okay, and trying to abide by the law now. And they came here for whatever reason, okay? They're here now, but they're trying to do it the right way. And I get it because it's a long, lengthy process, and some people just can't live where they're at, and they got here. Either way, they're here. They built lives and families, okay, and they're going through the legal process. Illegally. They go into court in order to start moving towards getting their citizenship, and they're arrested either before they can go into court or after. So how is that helping people to become citizens? The floor is yours.
So we don't want people that come here illegally to become citizens. That is not
Why?
part of Trump's agenda.
Why not? This country
Why?
was founded on people immigrating.
We're here illegally.
This is the melting pot.
Yeah, but this is a new day and age. And
No,
the
you're
thing is,
you're here illegally.
our
I'm here illegally.
adversaries,
I think
The only
our
that
adversaries have been
motherfuckers that
sending-
are here illegal or that are here legally are the indigenous Americans, and on top of that, the Hispanics. Period.
yeah, the only person in the chat that belongs here is Revolution because she's Native American.
I mean, we live in a new day and age. I don't really buy into that argument, and I don't really operate on this dystopian narrative.
But
Like we're
run
doing
up,
what's
run
in
up,
the best
run up.
interest of America.
It's a
Run up.
dystopian narrative. Hold on. It's a dystopian narrative
No.
to push the idea that we don't want people to assimilate into our society. That's dystopian.
I'll give you. I'll
It's
give
be-
you.
hold on,
I
I'm
will
still
give
talking.
you-
Hey,
No,
I will rug you, bro.
no, we do want,
all right, listen.
like,
No,
we
I'll
want people
I'll
to
give
come
you
here
an ex-
legally.
I'll give you an exact example.
All right, I had to mute him for a second. All right. It is dystopian for us to not allow a country that is founded upon immigration to no longer allow immigrants. The idea of this country was founded upon the American dream, okay? And to rip that away from anyone, and I will tell you this right now, immigration attributes to like less than a fraction of a percent of inflation and issues that we have with our economy. It's minuscule.
Yeah, so we do want. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I'll give you the floor. But what I would say is we want people to have a clear path to citizenship. But with citizenship should come assimilation as well. And that's the idea I think we've lost.
That's exactly what we have.
Not when we're taking people that are trying to go through the proper channels, people that are trying to assimilate.
No, they came here illegally.
Right. And I understand that. There are people that came here illegally. But here's the issue is we had people come here illegally, right? Because Biden opened up the borders and said it's a free pass. Well, now they're here. They've assimilated into society, okay? And what they want to do is they want to be here legally. Why should we take that away from them? If they're willing to assimilate and go down the proper channels to do it legally, why would we rip them away from that?
That is not what we're trying to do. So we were struggling with criminal illegal immigrants for a very long time that was smuggling drugs, in particular fentanyl, that was killing our citizens. And they were also coming here to commit crimes.
Actually,
so
I agree.
Some good
Get rid of the murderers.
Illegally.
Get rid of the criminals. Get rid of the smugglers. But a person that is here.
That's what we're trying to do is just some good people.
No, but they're not doing that anymore.
In the process.
It started out as that run up, and it's migrated into something completely different that is
concentration camps.
Right. Well, not even
where
that.
They're separating people.
Put the murderers and the drug dealers in a concentration camp. I don't care about that.
These are cartels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm talking about
telling me women and children that are separated and put in concentration camps are fucking gang members?
I'm talking about people. I'm talking about people that are regular people They're law-abiding citizens. They've been here for a little while. They're going through the court system. They are getting arrested by ICE and deported. Okay, we're talking about the regular people. You want to take the criminals and put them in a concentration camp? I'm for it, bro. I'm talking about the regular everyday people. That it started out as, yeah, we're just going to get the criminals. Now it's everyone. Now it's even American citizens that they're going after. That's the problem. Is it's a slippery slope, okay? And once you start sliding down that slope, you can't stop. And that's where we're headed. It's only getting worse. And the problem is everyone is focused on this idea of we need to get rid of all of them, blah, 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 blah. No, we need to get rid of the troublemakers, the bad people, the terrorist cells, all these different things. They need to go. But people that are law-abiding citizens here and that are trying to do the right thing should be allowed to stay.
And so we're casting a wide net. So there are some good people that get caught up in the process.
Some good people,
but largely they're focused on the criminals.
No, they're not.
They're focused on the brown people, man. There are plenty of other races and individuals that they could be after.
White people, brown people, Mexican people, like any kind of people they can fucking find because they're IDF.
And you know what? Now it's even got to a point where, you know, they don't care who you are or what you do. That if you get in their way or look at them funny or disagree with them, they'll take your life. That's a slippery slope. Now we're talking about the Gestapo. Do you really want to live in a world?
We're talking about one incident that was sensationalized, and I don't agree with it neither.
Yeah, I don't think here's my thing. If you want somebody to leave the United States because they're here illegally, you have two options.
And that's what's happening. So
hold on.
Most deportations are.
Hold on. You have two options. Number one, if they are a felon or somebody that is breaking like bad laws, fine. Get them the fuck out of here and send them back to their country.
Yeah, beat them for all I care. I don't care.
Send them back to their country. Now, if you have somebody that has been here illegally for, I don't care how many years, whether it's 1 year or 20 years, but they're working a job, say to them, look, I want to give you an option for a work visa because you're here working, you're contributing. And believe me, I've hired many people that were here working illegally. Yes, they had false social security numbers or whatever else like that. But you know what? They were working hard. They were just trying to provide for their family. And I would be happy to stand in court and say, I would support this person getting a fucking work visa. And as long as they're employed, they can stay here. If they lose their employment, give them 30 days to find a new job. If they don't find a new job in 30 days, sorry, guy, you got to go home.
I love that. I actually think that's a great idea.
You don't have to put them.
I mean, we have proper channels where you could get a work visa.
Bullshit. Every motherfucking country in the world, except for the United States, does this. This is not new.
That are going to court to get their work visa that are getting arrested by ICE before they can even have their day in court. That's the problem.
And they're putting in concentration camps. These are concentration camps. I don't give a fuck how you want to look at it. These people disappear. They get put in the system. Nobody can talk to them, and they get fucking gone.
Yeah, and
nobody knows where the fuck they go.
Ever since
nobody knows
they
what the fuck happens with them.
The concentration camps, there have been bodies that are in shackles that have been washing up in the coast. Where is it, in like Africa or somewhere?
That's ridiculous.
And so
these people should not. These people should never.
That is a fact.
I work at.
We don't know where these people are coming from.
I'll give you an example, Run up, I'll give you an example. I go down and I work at SpaceX in Brownsville, Texas. Outside of Brownsville, Texas, you can see nothing along the border except huge, giant what look like big storage container areas of people just fucking being stored in there because they can't send them home because their country doesn't want them back. We can't fucking get rid of them. So now they're sitting in a fucking jail somewhere that they have nothing to do with anything. And it's like, dude, these are hardworking people for the most part. Out with and I agree with you. If you are a fucking felon or you have been some or you're associated with some sort of gang or whatever, yeah, fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. But if you are out working and you're building houses or working in construction or laying the
Farming,
roads that we all
whatever,
drive on or farming or doing whatever, and you have a job that you're currently working on, and yeah, you may be here illegal because guess what? That supports a shit ton of our economy.
And the
Give them
farmers
a
are
fucking
having
work visa.
issues because
Hand them a
the
work
workers
visa.
don't want to show up to work because they're afraid that immigration is going to come and take them. Where do you think your food comes from? Like, we're going to have bigger issues if we just keep going with this rhetoric that they all got to go. We need to have more of a line where it says, okay, we're not going to cross this line. That's all we're saying is you can keep doing what you're doing, but that's not what it's about, man. And I want to take this moment to reset the room. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. We've got a newcomer here, new to the show. What's going on, brother? Or sister?
Oh, hey, how's it going?
What's
Just
up?
listening to not much, man. I'm listening to you guys talk about the illegals and whatnot. Yeah, I used to live in Mexico for a minute, and when I was down there, I got involved with some knuckleheads, and I ended up bringing illegals across the border. So I got arrested in
Are you coyote?
Yeah, I was a coyote for a minute, and when I was like 19, I looked like a Marine, so it was easy until it wasn't. I literally got pulled over on the 4th of July on 2000 with 7 illegals in a van. They confiscated the van, took me down to El Centro immigration station, interrogated me for literally 8 hours, and then released me because I didn't crack. I was like, no, and they just said, you know what, get out of here. If we ever catch you with another illegal, we'll charge you for all 7 of these, and however many more we catch you with. And we can charge you for like, what they say, 5 years ahead. How much time is that? And I was like, no, like 30, 35 years or more. But it was an experience, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I just want to say that most deportations are self or voluntary deportations. Like they choose to leave.
We're not talking about those kind.
The few cases of law-abiding citizens that are just here to work, getting caught in the net, I think they're few and far between.
They're not though, bud. There's a lot. So I grew up in Carmel, like Monterey County, and
I just got flagged.
All right. We're going to change the subject now. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to talk about this stuff. So we got hit with a violation. And what I need you all to do right now is everybody in unison hit the like button together. Let's boost the algorithm again. Let's if you can send gifts, send gifts. If not, no big deal. Don't forget to send in your daily heart me's. Let's change
share
the
the
situation.
live.
Yeah, share the live out to your friends. Everybody put hashtag FYP in the chat. F1's in the chat.
F1, yeah, for sure.
Let's start with F1s and then we'll put hashtag FYP in the chat. And we'll do hashtag crypto, all the different hashtags. We love TikTok Shop. TikTok Shop is amazing. Make sure you're on TikTok Shop all the time and you spend all your money there. And you never buy food for your family. Only buy at TikTok Shop, guys. Starve your family, buy from TikTok Shop. I'm just kidding. I'm being hyperbolic. So yeah.
So I did a live earlier about the Clarity Act, and it was a pretty interesting one.
Yeah. Let's talk about the Clarity Act a little bit. So, what'd you hear? What was your experience from the Clarity Act?
Well, one of the things, some of the things you're going to be addressing the Clarity Act were like where I was really concerned about market manipulation, how they have the current AMMs, the advanced market makers, if you will, Wintermute, Cumberland, Citadel. Um,
Jane
there's
and
going to be,
Jane.
yeah, to Jane Street, GSR, what B2C2, jump trading. I can go, the list goes on. But they're probably going to get either they're going to move offshore, and they're not going to be American based. Like what happened on the 26th with the options expiry for the BTC trades, how it was the biggest BTC options expiry in the history of like 23.6 billion trades expired. And so with that direct market manipulation went by Kraken and Wintermute and Binance and Coinbase and BlackRock and OKX, all done in the market. And then with the added, the amplified effect when Citadel and Flow traders and GSR were all dumping on the futures on BTC, shorting the market just to cause extra, extended liquidity grabs on retail. That sort of thing is going to get, that'll be something the CFTC will be on. They'll be checking, they'll be looking at data feeds, and that kind of market, like direct market manipulation is not going to be tolerated after the Clarity Act goes.
Well, so see, the CFTC is actually more laxed than the SEC. So you're gonna see probably more market manipulation happening. What we're gonna see is more safeguards for institutions than for the everyday investor. And
no,
that's why
we talked about retail buffers, not institutions. Like the exchange liquidators that are currently ran on Coinbase and Kraken and Binance and every exchange and trading exchange out there, they got their own little exchange liquidators, stop loss hunting and doing liquidity grabs on retail that are over leveraged, and they're just making, cluster liquidation grabs on retail trades. So it's kind of the market's rigged right now, and that's sort of like direct manipulation by AMMs, the advanced market makers, is going to be monitored quite a bit more extensively. So it's not going to be such a
it'll be quite the
manipulated
opposite
market in that sense.
So the CFTC
that's not what the bill says.
Yeah, but that's not the bill never tells the truth, man.
I hear you.
The CFTC is more laxed with their enforcement. The SEC is very strict. That's the difference, right? And so institutions want that more laxed regulation so that way they feel more comfortable getting in. And it gives them a 4-year window to manipulate the market on any project. And then basically after 4 years, if they don't meet a certain criteria, then it goes, they're regulated under the
As long
SEC.
as we have the one coin that rules them all with the Bitcoin, like how when Bitcoin's thriving, the market thrives. If Bitcoin suffers, the market tends to follow. I mean, that's just direct.
Yeah. Anyway,
direct fundamentals.
It looks like the algorithm hit us pretty hard. Viewership has dropped dramatically. I don't want to hurt my algorithm anymore. So we're going to call it a night. Thank you all for coming on and talking with us. And I'll see you all next time. You guys have a good night. And don't forget, if you missed any of the shows, if you missed the show about Stand with Crypto, where we cover the Clarity Act, it's all recorded on YouTube. So go check it out. All right, everyone, have a good night. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I'm Ozthecryptogoat, and let's go to our live. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining Down the Rabbit Hole. I am Ozthecryptogoat. So we do more than just crypto, obviously. I'm liking the setup. Yeah, wait till you see it on YouTube. All right, YouTube is where it's at.
A lot of work went into this.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of work, and the whole team got together here and we set everything up and got it all together. What's going on, Oscar? Don't forget to watch on YouTube, okay? If you are on TikTok, though, go ahead, stick around for a little bit. We will be on TikTok for a little while. Where you can, hit the like button, share the live out to everyone so that they can know to come to YouTube and watch the live. If you want to use the chat, I would suggest going to Twitch or Abstract.
And we can do whatever we want on YouTube.
Yeah, we can do
what bound by the rules of TikTok shop.
Yeah, exactly. Make sure you talk into the mic when you're speaking.
Oh, okay.
So we have microphones we're holding because there's two of us in the studio right now, and it's going to be a fun show.
I know. I did a lot of research, and you did zero. So
I did research. I watched a whole video on YouTube, guys.
3 pages of it typed up notes and research, and you have what?
Well, here's the thing is I've been following the moon landing thing for a very long time.
We all have.
I know the story. I don't
know
need
the story,
to research.
But there's different theories of if it happened, why it happened, what was the reasons, all the other things. It can't just be one thing.
I did learn something new today. Okay. I did learn something new that I wasn't super like, oh, like this is, I didn't know this, but it wasn't too much though. Like there wasn't much that I learned today, right? So it wasn't like I really needed to deep dive into something I already know about. Why is the camera so zoomed in on TikTok? Because if you want the real experience, you gotta come to YouTube. And Jesse is boycotting TikTok.
I am boycotting that particular app because no, I'm done with it.
Yeah, so the place to watch the show will be on YouTube or Twitch. Twitch if you want your chat to be on screen, right, for the recording. I will be able to see the chat during it or whatever, but if you want the recording to have your chat come up on the screen, you're going to have to go to Twitch. And don't forget to send in your daily heart me's and hit the like button. Share the show out with everyone because we are going to be shutting this down shortly. So we want to get it pushed out there so that people know that we are live and where to come find us. And it's going to be a fun show. I'm really excited about this.
Can they see the picture though?
They will be able to. So
Okay.
When we go to this setup right here, they will get to see this right here.
Are we delayed? Is that what it is?
There is a delay.
Oh.
So they will see that.
Okay, cool. Oh, I like that.
So when we pull up things, you're going to be able to see the setup.
Okay.
And look at us in the forest.
I know.
It's pretty cool. I do like the new setup. Yeah, make sure if you're watching on TikTok, you share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing, where we're, where we're at. Thank you, TikTok seller, for the gifts. Thank you for any gifts you guys send. Much appreciated. We don't make any money doing this. So if you can, great. If not, hit the like button. We appreciate all your support. But I will tell you right now, the quality on YouTube, Twitch, Abstract is going to be peak. Okay, like what you're getting on TikTok, poor audio, poor video.
Did you say peak? You're like 40 years old.
I did say peak, and I'm allowed to because I'm a social media influencer.
No.
So I
You're almost
have that
100.
luxury.
You don't get to say that. That's a
I'm
kid
allowed to say.
Let me guess, you say cap too?
No cap on this show.
Oh my gosh.
We don't cap here, okay? What we do is we provide the facts, we look into the situation, and then I speculate on things. Like I think it's normal to speculate. There's
No, I get it, but there's a fine line between facts and fiction and probability.
I mean, there should be some storytelling.
Oh, I know, but what I'm saying is that not all stories have been told. Just the stories that people want to hear because it coincides with what they believe or what they want to believe.
Yeah, but I mean, it's okay to embellish a little bit, right? It's okay to understand there are things that we'll never know that won't be explained. And
True.
We can't, we can use science so far, but science only tells us what we already know, right? There are things that we cannot explain, right? Don't forget hashtag FYP, hashtag rabbit hole, hashtag all the different, any hashtag you can think of, throw it out there. And then we will move over to YouTube in just a little bit. This is like the prequel promo mode. I will leave TikTok up, okay? So TikTok will be running, but this is the view you're gonna get. So if you want the full shebang, the whole outlook of what it's supposed to be, you need to come over to the rabbit hole.
And just so we're clear, the topic of the day is the moon landing, and we have very different opinions on where we're going with this because there are a lot of different theories that I found. One of the most, the top theories that most people have of the moon landing and alternative theories, and my own theory.
I'll tell you this right now. As far as the moon landing goes, you've heard it all. I'm going to dig a little deeper. I'm gonna go on the deepest rabbit hole tangent you've ever seen in the moon landing. It's going to be a take on the moon landing you never thought, right? Because they said that there's been those one characters that are in Germany. See, we're on TikTok, so we have to be careful.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm just saying that that's what it is. Now, the stuff I can say about the moon landing is the exact thing that's what the government has said. That was what everyone put out. So that I think I can actually talk about and just give a background, especially for the younglings who this wasn't a big deal now because they have all the information on their phone and didn't have to look up anything.
I have crazier theories you haven't heard on the internet before.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to take you down a new rabbit hole you never thought existed.
Can we start with the first one that they came out?
Oh yeah. This is going to be
the normal theory of what happened, and then we can space off to the theory that's mine and is right.
I'm just letting you know, buckle up, chat, because we're going to the moon, right? And we did a crypto show, right? So everybody talks about going to the moon. There's actually a moon behind this setup right here. And that's kind of why I wanted to do the moon landing for the first one. I thought it was a good start for this show.
Especially with the picture we've always had up.
Yeah. Why not talk about the moon landing, right? But I think that it's a good segue from one to the other.
I agree.
So if you are watching on TikTok, make sure you come over to YouTube. We're going to get started. I will leave TikTok up, but you're going to have poor quality for the show. So make sure you come on over. Make sure you share it out, though. We'll keep TikTok up for a little while until we basically have to turn it off because we're going to be saying things that we're not allowed to say.
It's not that. It's just anything that you say against the current anything, we're not allowed to say it because they want to keep the narrative.
I agree. And so that's what's beautiful about having different platforms and not being tethered.
Exactly. YouTube is more free.
Yeah,
Ever
I'd
since
say
they lost that
freeze.
lawsuit.
Yeah, free's the right word. Free is the right word.
While it still is free.
Yeah, we can say what we want to say. I keep looking at my mic all funny, like trying to find the right
It's
spot
not
to
an
talk
ice
into.
cream cone. Calm down.
It's so delicious.
Don't. No. Mm-mm. Nope.
This is the most tasty.
No, that ain't it.
All right, so you want to get started?
That's fine. Okay, so the normal theory, which everybody has been fed, and this is probably in every book that you grew up reading. Apollo 11 took off on July 20th, 1969. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins flew up to the moon.
Wait a minute. Who's this Michael Collins guy?
He's the one that actually flew it and stayed in the ship to make sure that if things went wrong, he was pretty much going to leave them there and bring back the
Left
stuff.
for unalived.
He was going to bring back
all
all the rocks and stuff and everything.
If they went.
It was in case nobody knows about him. Really, nobody even talks about him because he wasn't on the moon. But he had to keep the ship there to make sure it didn't go.
Or maybe it was filmed in a Hollywood studio and he was.
Or
never
it
there.
wasn't, and he's no. Okay, he ensured the safety of monitoring them on the lunar floor to make sure that they all got home safely. The Apollo mission returned 382 kilograms of moon rocks and dust. Lunar samples reveal features like glass and meteorite impacts, volcanic activity, and things that could never survive on Earth.
Are you telling me that there's volcanoes on the moon?
There could have been, well, not so much volcano. Think about when a meteorite hits and the radiation it gives, and it can give this fake molten effect, very much so like in the New Mexico, Arizona, those kind of places.
I don't know. I'm not buying it.
Okay.
Volcanoes on the moon.
Volcanic activity. Yeah, that's what it says.
Volcanic activity at some point, or
at some point.
Well, hear me out. Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. We have volcanic activity on the Earth because there is a mantle, right?
Correct.
So what you're saying is that there is like tectonic plates and a mantle on the moon?
At some point.
At some point. So it's
because it technically is a
or...
dead star, right?
Wait.
Like a dead planet, dead star. Like
the
it
moon?
doesn't, yeah.
I don't know. I think the moon, well, I don't want to get into that yet. I think it was artificially created and placed strategically by aliens to protect the Earth.
Okay, calm
which
down.
is their experiment.
Take a step back.
Farm.
Take a step back. Listen.
All right, I'm going to reel it in a
This
little
is what the normal theory is. I'm not saying that that's not possible. I'm just telling you what the theory everyone has. And then we had China, India, Japan, Russia all study these rocks, and I'll verify that this is nothing you can find on this planet. So it came from somewhere. Not only that, the Soviet Union could see all the reflectors that were placed by the United States during the moon landing.
But how do you know that?
Because the Soviet Union had everything to gain to be like, oh, they lied. This didn't happen. Because they were in a race with them, and now they're like, oh man, like why wouldn't they blow the whistle on the country they hate the most?
Let me pull up a picture of the reflector, right? So here's the reflector, chat. Right. So that's what it looks like. There are how many of these on the moon?
As far as I know now, about 12 to 15 that are still workable. But back then it was like 4 or 5. And not only that, I have one of the pictures that where you can actually still see the flagpoles. There's 3 left sticking up from when different people went to the moon.
All right, we'll get to that image next. But let's talk about this. Look at this image, chat. Does this not look like something that an unmanned craft could have left in place? We have a rover, don't we?
They didn't have them like that back then. That's not. Look at. It's like set down, like you were to put down a stereo. There's no. I mean, but it's not going to go.
There could have been like some mechanical arm thing that reaches out and places it, right? Like, and
there were no other shuttles that were sent from there to have done that were successful
that we know of.
That we would have saw, that somebody would have caught a glance of some fire
how many
coming
rockets
out of
have they set off? They've set off so many rockets at some point.
How do you know? Did you see it?
Because we seen it.
No, but did you see it?
I mean,
But back then, that's what they saw. I mean, I feel like you would see a fiery, Bernie shuttle coming out of the sky, and it would have been reported.
I don't even think the shuttle never went to space.
Everyone else saw it. Everyone in
they
the
saw it go up in the air.
No, but listen,
did it
from
go to the
perspective.
moon?
The
shuttle never went to the moon.
I think it did.
Then we'd have another moon landing.
There have been. Just
Lies.
not in the way that we
Lies.
think. Just not in the way that we think. That's
so
what I
like
said.
they went there and they like orbited the
They
moon
left
and then
stuff
came back.
on it, yes.
Yeah, and they left stuff like these
That was 'cause
reflectors.
that's what we did, and they had to do what we did. And not only that, other countries still use those same reflectors.
I believe it, but did a man put that there or some robotic AI arm thing
And
by
that's
Elon
the
Musk?
alternative theories is that the alien prevention of nuclear war, Apollo 14, the sixth man to be on the moon. Again, not the first time. A lot of stuff I didn't understand.
Wait,
and
the
now
sixth
I know
man?
from Apollo 14. This isn't like a first time occurrence. It's just the only time it was publicized because they don't want us to know what's going on the moon. And that is where I'm headed with that. But their thing was to believe that extraterrestrials intervened to prevent nuclear war between the US and the Soviet Union.
Whoa. You just went from we've had like 7 moon landings to aliens.
Yeah, because how else would we have that technology to get there?
I believe
When
it.
was Roswell?
How did
Bring it
we
up.
get there? I think the aliens took them there.
What?
And that's why it was faked in the Hollywood studio because they had to explain how they got there because they brought all those kilotons of whatever moon rocks back. There had to be a way to explain that to the public. Oh yeah, we totally built this piece of crap rocket thing and it totally took people through the
That maybe, but when did Roswell happen? 1947.
Sure.
And after
I
that,
believe it.
we started developing within the next 5 years stronger, more interesting technology that never been seen before. 1963. JFK decided we were going to the moon. And how would he know we had that kind of technology 6 years later? The big rocket goes to the moon. And how, after Roswell, after all of that, after all these newer inventions, computers, and all of it, how did we get that technology?
I mean, I believe that. I don't think that any of this is human technology. Look at the advancements of technology from World War II until now in such a short period of time. We just went leaps and bounds, so it seems like something of alien origin.
Well, since that you said that about World War II, that was the big thing with the Nazi army, which I don't know if I'm allowed to say. And eventually,
segue in
Okay, so after World War II, German scientists, I don't think people really understand how brilliant they were. They were also stolen all across the world, but they were brilliant. And they're the only ones who came close to any type of like time travel, traveling through space.
I think they did invent time travel.
Well, and here's the thing. They are the only ones who developed, when we got there, they had advanced flying saucers, top secret facilities that they said that they had on the moon. Like, that came from World War II. And that, Hitler faked his own death and lived out his days in lunar hideout.
I believe that, okay? Because we know that the moon is hollow. Right? So they sent a nuke to the moon and blew it up, and it rung like a bell. And this is how they were able to.
The bell. That's what it was called.
So they were able to know that it basically was hollow, right? And that's why they call it the bell, because they knew it was hollow. So there may be some type of cavern system or like openings inside. And what they did was they built something inside in the center of the moon, just like they have here on Earth.
That's funny you said bell. So the bell that was in Nazi Germany, that was Hitler's baby and had the highest amount of scientists on it, was the time machine, and it was never found. but all the pieces, all the equipment and all of it was still there, but the bell was gone. It's an actual thing of part of World War II.
Wait, so this bell thing is a time machine?
That's what they said. Now, granted, we have no idea. That sounds crazy for the 1940s, but
I thought it was a DeLorean.
No. Oh wait, Back to the Future. Is that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
Look,
I'm being attacked by something.
I'm not as old as you. What is it?
There's something attacking me, chat.
Okay, and that leads to there have been how did you not know there were multiple astronauts that landed on the moon?
I thought it was just the 3.
A lot of people think that. There's only one that's been shown,
Okay,
but
what
there's
proof
multiple people.
do you have of this?
All the different countries that said they saw them go.
But why wouldn't they film it? Why wouldn't there be this is
They already
the
did
second
it
moon
once.
landing?
How many times do you need them to do it again? Because they're doing stuff they don't want you to see, like colonizing it. How would you know?
So you think Elon Musk has a bunch of the humanoid robots up there building a underground facility, and that's why they have the electric cars, so that they need to be able to move where there's,
I think that, honestly, like from my opinion, I think that the moon already was colonized.
When we
but
got
just
there,
on the dark side of it.
yeah, I think it was colonized by aliens.
It's in Elon's best interest to colonize on Mars, which is already happening.
We got there and we found that the insectoid aliens were already there. They'd been living on the dark side of the moon or inside the moon the entire time. Maybe that's when we made first contact with them, is we went to the moon. I think we made first contact before. I think the aliens knew that we were developing new technologies, we were developing nuclear capabilities, and what happened is they saw that, they started investigating us. They colonized the moon so that they could keep an eye on us, right? And make sure, okay, let's make sure they don't get out of hand. But the Galactic Federation has rules that they cannot.
That is way out there.
Why not?
You're talking about some made up, Star Trek kind of deal. Okay. During COVID, not that I trust the government in any way, shape, or form, but during COVID, while we're all locked up, stressing for our lives, what did the government come out and say? And no one cared.
Aliens.
Right. That we've always had aliens, they all existed, and no one cared. Because we already knew.
We already knew.
But how far back? And when did we develop that technology? Pull up that last picture.
Let me see here. Whoops. This one?
Mm-hmm.
Let me see here. How do we zoom in on it? Oh, that's easy.
Okay. So looking at that picture, you can see the growth from where it is the middle 1950s to 2000. So we went to that and straight up right after Roswell.
Yeah.
Right after Roswell, when they said there
What is
was no
this?
aliens. 2400 BC.
And what am I looking at here?
The Egyptian and Greek,
Okay, so that's Egyptian,
like the
Greek.
Colosseum.
Okay, and this is
How we worked from one way to another. So like
looks like-
Galileo, all those
okay,
kind of things.
and then we got like the car.
Not even that. The
and-
buggy wasn't even until the early 1800s.
Right, we got the
Phone, early 1800s. So
and
the
then it
rest
looks
on
like
the
the
other
TV,
side, right?
the airplane,
And all these things happened right after Roswell.
and even now we have social media and smartphones, and
Do you really think mankind, and depending on where you think you're religious or not, was able to produce that and make a huge turnaround in 50 years?
absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely.
When the world's
Look,
like
it was flatlined.
5,000 years old.
It was flatlined
people.
for like 1,000 something years.
Yeah.
Flatlined.
Where
completely.
did that technology come from? Because it wasn't
Um,
here. I'm not saying
That's
that.
I'm with you. I believe the aliens gave us the technology. I don't think that we did it on our own, and I think that maybe the aliens
Or
have
some entity, for that
right
matter.
or something, right?
Right.
And the fact they say that, oh well, we can't go to the moon now, right? We don't have the telemetry, we don't have the information, it's been lost or whatever. I think it's because we went to the moon, we got the moon rock samples and stuff, and we've been there. But the aliens took us there, right?
Yeah.
And we got the samples back, and then they had to film it in Hollywood in a studio in order to explain to the public how did we get these moon rocks.
I disagree.
How else?
I think they took them up there.
I've got a
look at the camera
a
angles.
lab full of scientists, right? And I got all these rocks, okay? And I got to explain to these scientists where the rocks came from. Well, what better way than to fake the moon landing?
No. Or they took them up there themselves. That doesn't make any sense. If you watch any of the videos or even see the footage, and I'm sure a lot of people have, and they're like, oh, that's doctored. But if you look at it from a scientific perspective, how they act, the way the flag doesn't actually wave, it just is crunched because it isn't the same like it is. There's no wind up there. It all makes sense. We just didn't get there on our own. That's the difference.
So do you think they took us there, or they gave us the technology that took us there?
Either or. But I think they were already on there.
I think it's irrelevant.
That's what because then the dark side of the moon.
No, what I mean is I think it's irrelevant whether they took us there or if they gave us the technology which took us there. Either way, aliens exist in that scenario, and we didn't get to the moon on our own volition.
Or we could have, if we stole all of Hitler's technology.
So where did Hitler get the technology from?
That's a great question. I have no idea. I don't understand. But he had the top-notch scientist in the world.
I do know this, that Hitler was like obsessed with the occult.
Yes.
And with like different like spiritual and supernatural things. So like what was the movie where they were like looking for the spearhead that pierced Jesus's side and it had like supernatural properties? What movie was that?
I have no idea.
There was a movie, chat. Someone help me out. The Grill Society. Somebody has to know what movie this was, but anyway, it was a known thing that Hitler was searching out these technologies, and he was open to the idea of science and spirituality and things that we can't understand. He was trying to harness any energy or thing he could in order to take over and dominate the world. So that does make sense. The Spear of Destiny. Yes, that is it.
Oh my goodness.
Bellstar for the win. And don't forget, if you're watching on TikTok, make sure you come over to YouTube. That's where the real show is happening. That's where you're going to get the quality audio and video. And it's not just the camera pointed at my ugly mug. You get to see Jessie sitting right next to me. She's right here, but you can't see her.
I'm boycotting TikTok. Boycotting TikTok.
Yeah. We love TikTok Shop. TikTok Shop is incredible, and we love everything about TikTok Shop. And for those of you watching on YouTube, I'm being hyperbolic.
Okay, so then what are your theories of what's happening on the dark side of the moon? Because I have those too.
Okay, I think there's either like a secret moon base, or maybe it's frozen like glaciers and there's like water there or something. Maybe I've heard where it's basically the front face of it is an artificial to look natural, and the back it's actually like an orbiting like space satellite thing that was developed by the aliens in order to protect us from like asteroids and things like that. I've also heard that the moon was probably made and placed where it's at because it's too perfect. Okay, it's the perfect size, it's at the perfect distance in order to protect the Earth.
It's very misshapen.
I know that it's misshapen, but what I'm saying is it's just perfectly right to sustain life on Earth. That's what I'm trying to say. It's either that it just happened to work out right that way, and that's why there's not so much life out in
Big Bang Theory.
Yes, but maybe the aliens placed it there you know, with like a tractor beam. They got their little spaceship and they got their little tractor beam and they move this big
So
rock.
are we just like the people in a mousetrap? Like we're just
Yeah.
like scientific
I
experiments?
think it's a food farm. I think it's a food farm. We're freaking cattle. We're being raised.
Then why give us the technology that eventually we could use against them? If you believe that, why give us the technology?
It's primitive, subpar.
To them?
To them, yes. They have the They only give us the technology that gives us enough to where it can. They can use us as, I can't say the S word, but to do their bidding for them, right? And then it's just enough technology to where whatever technology they have, it's going to be better. Think of it like this: is the U.S. has like F-15s and they have F-27s, right? They give the F-15s to other countries, but we don't give out the F-27 because the F-27 can take down the F-15.
So we're not mentally capable as human beings to be as smart as anything other life forms?
It's like a process. It takes time to develop and create, and they monitor us so that they will know if we were getting too far, and then they could basically just come and wipe us out with like an Armageddon or a flood or some type of thing to make us start all over and then do it all over again.
You really? So with that narrative, then there's no religion, right?
I mean, I'm just spitballing here.
I know. And now I'm asking questions. So if that's the theory, and you went pretty hard for that,
or aliens
so there's no
are
religion.
the religion. Maybe the aliens are what people believe in religion is a representation of those things, or maybe it is something spiritual and benevolent, and we're just. I think that whether you want to call it alien, spirit, God, different things, I think they're just different words that we use to explain things that we don't understand.
No, I completely agree with that because it makes you feel comfortable thinking that there's something behind it than chaos in general. I get that. But that also doesn't make sense because what we're talking about is the only way we could have gotten to the moon was with help. Right? We were in we were in a stagnant. We were all fighting the space race, correct? With Russia and everyone else. How did it not happen? Why would they lie? Why would all these countries who hate us lie? And if that was the case, were they all in a conspiracy? Are like, we know it's aliens, but if we open our mouth, we might not get any more of their technology.
Or maybe the aliens put brain probes in all the people so that way the leaders of the different countries would go with the flow and not ruffle any feathers. Because they have to be silent, because they need to slowly pick from the cattle. Like, you know, you don't just harvest all the cattle on the farm. You allow some of them to stay so that they can procreate.
Okay, but let's go to your theory because you made me listen to that
I have
book.
all the theories.
Behold a Pale Horse theory of his theory of the moon and the aliens.
Yeah, chat, if you have not read Behold a Pale Horse, make sure you join my Discord. I have it posted there under the section Knowledge. And if you have any other books that you think that we should be reading, post them there, #knowledge in my Discord. The link is in my bio. Just click the link and you can join the Discord there.
So,
I'm done
you made me listen to it. What was his theory about Eisenhower making a deal with the aliens in exchange for technology for us to do all these things that we've done since Roswell?
Yes, and it was also said that the aliens were supposed to only deal with the United States, but they were making deals with other countries. Why wouldn't they possibly say, hey, you've got to do this and you can't say that and you can't question whatever happens, because they have a certain narrative that they want to push. And that's what everyone has to stick to. And they're terrified because there are these things that can just zap them with a ray gun and then poof, you're gone. You know what
that's
I mean?
a stereotype. Okay?
I'm just saying, like,
it's a stereotype. That's like saying I love salsa.
If you're a human being, okay, and there's this being that has superior technology to anything you do and says you better do what we tell you to or else I'm gonna assume they have a ray gun that can melt me, like in Mars Attacks. Okay, like that's just me. I'm gonna say, you know what? I probably should do whatever they say because they can melt my brain.
So call their bluff.
What do you mean call their bluff?
Call their bluff.
How do you fight?
How would you? I could be like have like a pretend, pew pew behind a jacket, and you're just gonna.
So
roll
you want
over?
to test that theory?
I do. I would.
I don't
absolutely
know.
would.
I think that the people that are in power want to stay in power, and they're like, you know what, I'm just going to play by the rules, and that way things will be manipulated in my favor. And obviously it seems like they've manipulated all sides, and that's why we're seeing, I think, the world we're seeing today. But
do you think that they were preparing? That's the whole point of landing on the moon, to see if they could sustain life, because they knew we were messing up down here?
No, I think they're farming us. I think we're food. That seems to be the most logical scenario. Okay, like if we're here, we're an experiment or whatever. We're food. They gotta eat something. There's something on our planet, or it's us ourselves, that they need to sustain life. What are they eating out there?
They could be like freaking vegetarians. We don't know.
Well, but they're like mutilating cows and abducting dudes in lumberjacks in the forest.
Didn't you dissect frogs and pigs in high school?
I did.
You did. Why?
Because I was hungry.
That? No, that
was right
it.
before lunch, and I needed to eat. And I was like, you know what? This looks like a nice meal.
You're not going to like where I'm going with this. Did you or did you not?
I did. I was
Why?
forced to. I did not want to.
Why did they make us do that?
They wanted us to learn the inner workings of the frog.
So you might find some sliced up cows and deer and stuff like that to
Okay,
study.
so they're studying us, right?
Right. If that's the case.
Then what are they eating?
Plants. We don't know.
Right, they got to be some sort of food source. What if it's gold?
Osmosis.
What if it's gold and they're eating all the gold right now, and that's why the price of gold is just skyrocketing?
That's not why.
And we have to switch to crypto, and we have a
you said the C
fiat
word.
backed.
You said the C word.
I'm just saying, like, maybe that's why is they're like, we have to get off the gold standard, and we have to go to fiat or digital currency because the aliens need to eat the gold. They're hungry.
If we are just a science experiment, it doesn't matter. None of it matters, right?
I'm just saying.
No, that one.
It lines up with the timeline.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, what was it? Like the 1930s or whatever that they switched from the gold standard?
I think it was 1916 actually to 1930. Yes.
Yeah, but it was like officially in like what 1933 or something. So that kind of lines up with everything happening. Maybe they're here to mine our gold.
Most of the, like, I know what you're saying, because every movie that has to do with any of those things always has to do with some sort of farming something from our planet.
I mean, it's just the most logical thing. Okay, you're in a spacecraft, right? We're in a spacecraft, and we're traveling through the galaxy. We have limited resources. When we get to a new place, what do we have to do? Extract resources. Otherwise, because we deplete resources as we go along.
Okay.
So if they're meat-eating beings, they're probably packaging us up into freezers.
Okay, but see, I understand what you're saying, and that kind of makes sense. But on any journey, don't you bring your own freaking food? Like, I don't go camping in the forest and be like, you know what? I'm just going to see what happens.
Right, but if I'm traveling across the universe,
you
right?
have food.
Let's think about it this way, okay? If I've got an RV and I'm traveling from one side of the country to the other, I have to stop along the way for more resources. I have to get more fuel. I have to get more food. I have to get more drink.
Right.
Right? So what if this is not the end destination? It's a stop along the way to the next destination.
If first of all, they have better technology than we do. If they're able to go across the universe. Second of all, if that was the case, they wouldn't need any of our resources.
So it's like Star Trek, where they just tell the
You're
computer,
the one who started
computer,
down the Star Trek
make me a
route.
cheeseburger.
No, that's
computer.
how my brain is going.
I'm hungry. Computer, make me a cheeseburger.
No, because remember in the video, and I'm sure everyone's watched it with the moon landing, he goes, "What's that?" And it cuts out for a good 30 seconds. A little bit more, actually. He said, "What is that?" And the video just goes off. And then when it comes back on, they're happy and playing again.
It was the aliens.
No, you can't say.
Because the probing?
No. Now, see, you went to a joke because I'm right. I'm right. What there had to be something there, or either on the other side of the moon, and they just weren't allowed to know. And that goes back to my theory that it wasn't our technology. That we did go. It wasn't our technology to get there.
I think it wasn't our technology. I think none of the technology we're using right now is our technology. We've gotten it from another source, and we're learning how to use and manipulate it and create and do more things with it. But I think they were just like, here's a little bit of this, okay? Enjoy that and have fun, and we get to do whatever we want.
Why then, and you see back in the Colosseum days in 2400 BC, why did they have better technology than they did in about 500 BC? They couldn't replicate it.
I think
that's what I'm saying. Like, do they come here and they're like, let's mess with them a little bit and then they leave?
Well, let's rewind even more. Okay. So in the early BCs, right? They believed in like the gods and all these different
there were
things,
multiple
right?
deities.
So what if that's because whatever these aliens or deities or whatever they are, whatever you want to classify them as, came to Earth, right? Extracted resources, okay, and basically caused the fall of mankind, and right now we're in a post-apocalyptic world. Like the world was more advanced and more like it is today back then, or maybe it wasn't. They came and extracted resources and they said, wait a minute, we extracted too much, we need to give them resources so that they can develop something that we need. Or maybe they came back now, they went back then, obviously something came to the earth back then, right?
Why do I get in a rabbit hole? Please stop. Thanks. No. So no, but okay. So I get what
but
you're
what
saying.
I'm saying is maybe what happened is at some point they were like, look, we need this, and we don't want to take the time and energy to make it happen. Why don't we give them this little sprinkle, and then they'll do it for us, and we get to kick back and hang out and have smoothies.
I can imagine being in the Colosseum and having a smoothie, but what I'm saying is that with that theory, there can be religion was made up, deities were made up, all of it was made up, and we're just a science experiment if you go by that theory and logic.
What if mankind just developed technology to a point where it just like AI, right? So we've developed.
Who do you think gave us that?
What I'm saying is what if we did produce it, okay? And we produced this AI. AI is getting smarter, compounded upon itself because it's moving faster, it's thinking faster, it's learning faster, it's producing faster. Could that not explain the same boom of upward technology of we finally discovered this one thing that set a whole lifetime of technology in motion?
Okay, yes and no, but when did that kickoff happen? When did it happen?
Right when the aliens came.
When Roswell happened, and that's what they think. They think they took these spaceship, reverse engineered them, and that's how we made it to the moon with that technology.
Or maybe they crashed here.
They did,
and it was an accident. They were trying to extract resources for their little journey.
But it's not the only crash that's
they stopped
on record.
At 7-Eleven. They grabbed some tortilla chips and maybe a hot dog
Why
and a
is everything
slushie.
a snack with you and your
because
slushies?
I'm hungry. Okay. But what I'm saying is we're 7-Eleven, okay?
Okay.
All right.
7-Eleven.
We're 7-Eleven gas station. We're extra mile. All right.
Sure.
Okay.
Get our
Aliens
slushies.
pull up and they're just like, hey, we're going to pull up, we're going to pump a little gas, we're going to grab a bag of chips, and we're out. All right. Well, they go to check the oil in the RV. Oh man, we're out of oil. We're stuck here. What do?
Right.
We need mankind to produce oil.
So what? They just needed a hit of oil and they took off, and then we're like, wait.
That's what I'm saying. So like they needed a resource, and in order to get that resource without exposing themselves, freaking people out, and doing the work themselves, they said, hey, we can manipulate these idiots into doing it for us. And so they said, here's a little sprinkle, and go produce oil and gold for us.
But that's not what's happening. We're using it.
Are we though?
Yeah, oil, yeah.
But
look around.
We have more oil than
Zoom out.
Yeah, but they say that we don't have enough oil to sustain, but there's
because we use too much of it.
But there's more oil than we could ever use in our lifetime. So maybe the
what? Wait, no, you went off center there.
No.
That's not true. Who told you that?
It's so very
Who told
true.
you that?
They say that. See, that's a manipulated thing that you've been told, because it is true. But they don't count for other reserves that are shut down. They go based off of what is available to us. There's actually more available to us. We just don't access it.
So in an infinite world, it would be infinite, is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is I think there's a reason why we're not allowed to access the full amount of the resources. And we're only allowed to have this little bit of resources right here, because the aliens need the other resources, because they need to fill up the tank and they need to hit the road.
So like Behold a Pale Horse, we made a deal and we can't go back.
Yes. And if there's any aliens watching out there, please, I'd like to hitchhike. I got my thumb out. Please get me out of here. Okay. If you want to do the butt stuff, we can work something out, but I'd like to keep that off the table. But let's work something out, okay? Let's work something out.
He's lying. He'll do anything.
I'll try anything twice, okay? If we can keep the butt stuff off the table, I'm down. Take me on the road. Otherwise, we're gonna have to talk, because I don't know if I'm down like that.
How did that even come to? Is that like just
because the aliens do the butt probes thing?
Just because humans do some weird butt stuff does not mean every other.
It's okay.
Every other
if
entity
you look
does.
At all the different.
I read the Bible. That ain't in there.
Okay, what I'm talking about is people have said they've been abducted, right?
Right.
They're just like, hey, this happened to me. I was abducted. This is my story. This is what happened, right? And there's like been several, like some are like, oh, they stuck something up my nose. There are several that said they stuck something up there. You know who?
Maybe they were just like trying to make an excuse and explain to their wives why they were hurting, and they just made up the alien.
Trauma.
Yeah, what alien trauma?
Aliens.
I don't know how we got to this, but I'm just saying, like, that sounds like a confused husband who was like, oh man, I gotta tell my wife something and why I was gone for 2 days, and that's the story he came up with. That's what that sounds like.
I think, just like you were saying, is how they dissected the cows and the cattle and the things, and dissecting frogs, right? People needed to be studied.
Okay, but
so that it was a study.
So, and were they here to either help us or hurt us? And that's the thing.
I think they're stopping at 7-Eleven. Are you there to hurt the guy at the register at 7-Eleven? Only if you're robbing the place. Okay, so I think what it turned into was a routine stop for gas and chips, and they had catastrophic engine failure. Now they're robbing the guy behind the counter, emptying out the register, and about to jump in the Cadillac that's parked in the front.
I don't.
That's what I think. Tell me I'm wrong, chat.
But here's the
Prove
thing.
me wrong.
As technology,
Prove me wrong.
And the only reason that makes sense to me is because of the timeline. You can see it right there. The timeline clearly shows that we did not start creating things at a very high level until 1947 up until 1969.
Little sprinkle
But what I'm saying is it to help us and maybe push us in the right direction? Because look, we were taking way too long to develop anything because humans are kind of stupid. So look, that's 3,000 years of nothing, no progress, no anything. And they were looking at us like, maybe we should help them out.
Have you ever played Civilization?
I have played Risk.
You in Civilization, you're growing from, you know, starting fire and war with sticks and rocks all the way to launching a
Like
shuttle into space,
to
right?
civilians.
Right. So, like, there was a time where I played the game and I didn't quite understand the game very well. All right, so my first time around, I was fighting with sticks and stones, and there was tanks rolling up in my backyard. So my civilization was underdeveloped, okay? But once I learned how to play the game and use it more strategically, then I was able to play it and master and be a power structure in the world, right? But it took knowledge in order to do that. So it is a possibility that they did give us knowledge in order to boost us up from using sticks and stones, right? And maybe that's for the sole purpose of adding us to the Galactic Federation. But the thing is they cannot.
You're just not. You're not going to get away from that.
They
are you?
cannot interfere with us.
Trek.
They can give us a little sprinkle, but they can't interfere. They have laws and rules that they have to abide by, right? So, in order for them to actually come forward and say, "Hey, we want you in the Galactic Federation," we have to become a one world government, because our planet would be the state in a vast, you know, majority of other planets all over the galaxy, all over the universe, not just the galaxy. So,
but wouldn't that still be interference?
That's why they have to let us naturally do that.
If you put sprinkles on a cupcake, you can't unsprinkle it.
I think there are rules that they have to abide by. And I think that what they're doing is they're like policing us. So we've created nuclear technology because of World War II, which is around the time things started happening, and we started seeing the sightings. We saw where all of the nuclear facilities across the world all shut down at once by something. No one knows what did it. So it's a possibility that they are here to observe us, learn from us a little bit, and help us to grow enlightenment so that we can join the Galactic Federation.
If that exists.
They have to come in and say, whoa, hit the brakes, y'all be blowing each other up. All right, you can't be scorching the earth here. Okay, you can't be lighting matches at the gas pump because we're trying to fill up our tank right now.
But okay, that still doesn't make any sense.
Why?
Because you're saying, oh, they're giving us this technology so we can join. If they've been watching the human race, then they knew what direction it was going. So if that is the case and they're creating all this nuclear, at any time they could come in and stop it, right?
I think they could. I think at any time, because I think they have rules. They cannot interfere.
It's like
unless it's for our safety.
It can't be both.
Or maybe they want to eat us and they can't have us be radiated. They need fresh meat. You know, you can't taste the meat.
Did you really just say that?
You can't taste the meat.
Are we steak? Did we just become steak?
I think we're steak. Oh,
I don't think we're steak, but
I think we're steak.
You understand how that can't work. It can't be both. Either they gave us technology or they're waiting for us to evolve enough to be part of it. It can't be both, because then that's still interfering.
Okay, let's go back to 7-Eleven. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
My RV breaks down. I pull up to 7-Eleven. I'm there to get gas and chips, but the RV breaks down. Okay, and I need to fix it, but I have the part to fix it, right? But I need to fill the tank. I need to fill get some water. I need to take the dogs out to go poop. I need to do all the different things, right?
What kind of alien are you?
I'm just saying, like, think
That
of
makes
it as
no
like,
sense.
no, you're supposed to be putting your mind in the thought of if
That's
I'm
a human thought.
right, but you're traveling cross country in an RV is the same. It's akin to aliens with superior technology traveling across the galaxy. This is what I'm trying to say. So think about this. If you're in an RV and you pull up and you need gas and chips, okay, but you find out that you're low on oil and you need new spark plugs or whatever it is that's wrong with it, right? There's something wrong with it.
You think it'd be here on Earth?
I've got to walk the dogs and take them to poop and pee.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I gotta let all the kids go to the bathroom and run around and pick flowers and stuff. Okay, I got things I gotta do, right? I don't want to get greasy under the hood right now. I'm in my nice shirt, you know, and I gotta
I
wear
need you to get to your point.
I gotta
real
wear
quick.
this shirt across the galaxy.
It
Okay,
is very intricate.
so why would I do it myself when I have a whole race of people that would be gladly able to do the hard work for me just to get to understand some of the technology? So if there's something that needs to be done with the RV, the mechanic that is at the gas station may not work on RVs, but I'm just like, hey, here's the part. This is what I need you to do. Get it done for me.
No.
Yes.
No.
It's 7-Eleven.
No, get
Earth
off
is
the
7-Eleven.
7-Eleven. Because the reality is resources on all planets are completely different. Whether it goes to radioactive, volcanic, the amount of gravity, all of it is different. And the reality is that if they came here, nothing we have is beneficial to them. That's just a fact.
Or they're hungry.
The things that are on Mars are not here, and the things that are here aren't really on
Who
Mars.
said they're from Mars?
What I'm saying is, in the wider sense, every planet, and this, we only know what's in our galaxy and our solar system. But my thing is, in other planets, they're not made the same way. They're not going to have the same resources. Why in any world would they come here without having enough to get back? Because we're not going to have what they need. They need something else.
Because shit happens.
That's that is.
Sometimes you got to let the dog out to go poop.
Give me an actual answer.
Sometimes you got to let the dogs out to go poop.
No, because
you got to stop and grab a bag of chips.
Illogical. If they're really a higher species, that's completely illogical that they would
or
make
maybe
that
they
mistake.
planned that, hey, we're going to stop at 7-Eleven 4 or 5 times along the way. Let's see here. Meet Damon says, what if the UFO crashes were alien teenagers crashing daddy's UFO after going for a joyride? I think you're right. And they showed up at 7-Eleven and were like, hey.
Oh, he's behind the slushy idea.
Can you help me out? My dad's going to be so mad. I will totally give you my cell phone. I know you don't know what that is.
Tell, man.
But just don't tell my dad
Learn
I took
how
his...
to make a cell phone. Make this for me.
Yeah, exactly. Here's some technology. Fix my shit. I'm going to be in trouble. That's what I think. I mean, that's actually a great analogy. That lines up with the 7-Eleven idea. Earth is 7-Eleven.
No.
And we're the steaks in the freezer.
No. That's not it. Then that doesn't make sense because of your interference argument. It can't be both. I believe that.
I think they're allowed to interfere to a point. I think it lines up with your thing and it lines up with my thing. They're allowed to give us just enough to get the boost, but they're not allowed to reveal themselves to the public and the population. It has to happen organically and naturally. They have to create it, right? And then the only time they can step in and stop us is if we're trying to blow each other up.
I think they're still here.
I think they are here. I think they're still broke down at 7-Eleven.
No, I think they're in the tunnels.
They're in the tunnels.
Where nobody can see. How many tunnels have been, and you can look up all you want.
I mean, there's got to be a reason why we're not allowed down there. Only
because we're not going to be
people.
saved when the freaking when everybody blows everybody up.
I mean, I've been in there, but I had
few.
to have, special clearance to get
you
in.
Not anymore because they don't like you.
I have to send my moles in there. No pun intended.
But as long as it's not somewhere weird. But think about it. All the underground tunnels, who are they protecting themselves from?
It's an
the
alien
actual
fugitive
people
getting
around...
chased by aliens. That's what Meet Damon says. It's a fugitive. It's Rick and Morty. Rick is crashed on the planet and he's about to get resources. When has Rick ever been like, here's some technology, make this happen for me? I'm lazy. It's Rick and Morty.
So cartoon is your source.
Yes.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't considered that.
I'm here to speculate.
So Stewie Griffin has a time machine. Do you see how that doesn't work?
I mean, when I was his age, I had a time machine.
No.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. No.
I did.
It's just not realistic. Like in a factual way.
So
It's
what
not
is the
realistic.
most,
Computers.
in your opinion,
Okay.
what is the most realistic scenario?
They landed in Roswell, and it's been continued since then. Crashes in Utah, Montana, Arizona, New Mexico, and plenty in California. And can be seen in San Diego. If you look it up, the red lights, which is a program to discredit that there's aliens that exist. And so,
why would there be a program?
To hide it.
Okay.
Because that's where they're getting their technology from. Humans are arrogant. They have an ego. They want to be the first to do anything. So my thing is that we have some sort of pact. We'll give you technology. We're going to take your humans.
TikTok seller says, why the U.S.?
It's not just the U.S.
I think
it's all over the world.
I think they told us that it was going to be just the U.S., but they went everywhere.
They went everywhere. You can look it up. It's
under the
everywhere.
table.
It's absolutely
They're
everywhere.
making deals under all the tables and with all the different people.
And that was part of Behold a Pale Horse, was that the United States didn't know that they had all these deals with Russia, India, China, Japan, and then they were like, wait a second, but you can't fight something that's stronger than you, so you just let it happen. When it comes to the world, the weakest one always stands back.
So do you think they're nefarious or they're just
I think they're
preserving?
like a teenager. I think that's the best way to describe it. It's very self-serving, but also somewhat with a conscience.
Teenager crashed their dad's UFO?
That's not what I
think
meant.
that's it.
But that's stuck in my head.
Meet Damon for the win.
No. Teenagers did not crash, and they're like, shoot, my dad's gonna find out, and here's technology, don't tell. Because there's actual people who have been silenced, and not just in a way of they passed away at old age. They're gone. Accidental crashes, weird, suspicious unaliving, themselves. None of it makes sense.
I'll tell you what does make sense is that we are living in a world where basically we're looking for a one world government, a world superpower. And right now we have, the US, China, Russia, Israel, trying to dominate that space, right? And I think in order to join the Galactic Federation, one of them has to win.
Here's the whole point of this conversation, is that we had help, we got to the moon, we were actually on the moon with help from whatever you want to call it, an outside source. And now to tell all these people were lying, every single person in that room was lying. Buzz Aldrin, Michael Collins, they were all lying. Can you imagine skipping a rock 7 times and the whole world watched? And then after you skip that rock, they're like, didn't happen.
I've skipped a rock 7 times.
But I'm saying didn't happen. Wouldn't that suck? You're on the moon, you do this incredible thing, and you leave footprints and flags, and then these kids are like, didn't happen, because it doesn't make sense to me. That's so insulting. I would be upset.
I'll tell you what.
So upset.
So let's reel it back in from aliens into the moon landing, and let's get into the thick of it, right? Did we go to the moon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, how do I get rid of this thing? How do I get rid of this? It won't let... We don't need this one anymore, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So
That's still on the moon, by the way.
Oh, here we go. We slideshow.
Yeah.
So, did we go to the moon? Is the question, right?
Hmm.
That's not it. Okay.
That's where the poles still are.
Okay. They can't see it. We
Okay.
can. Okay. So let's talk about the moon landing. Did we go to the moon?
Yes.
After what I've seen, I say yes.
Yeah.
We went to the moon.
But why do you think we went to the moon?
I think aliens gave us the technology to
Correct.
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way.
Are we reverse engineered it?
And here's the reason why I say aliens. This image right here. Chat, look at this right here. Let me pull it up for you guys. This is why. Okay. Computers at that time, this entire room is one supercomputer.
Correct.
And my phone today has more processing power than that entire room right now. We did not have the mathematical capability in computers at that time. Something had to. Now, they did say, and what I learned is that they were doing it by hand on paper and not.
No, but look at that. That's from 10 years before, 5 years before, nothing like that existed. Nothing. Not even close.
Right.
They had the technology.
I just
but
don't.
Where did it come from?
I just don't see how they got to the moon with that processing power. It seems like too much guesswork, too much room for human error. They had to literally, their explanation for this, NASA's explanation for the reason that the computer, they admit that their computers do not have the processing power in order to make this happen. And their explanation for that is that they did it by hand. I think something else had a hand in this.
Right.
This is just the facade. And they actually had something more technologically advanced that was really working behind the curtain.
But I think that the mission wasn't just to go to the moon. I think it was to research what was on the other side or something that they thought was there.
Or maybe the Earth is 7-Eleven and the RV is broke down the road
on the dark side of the moon, and we have to go help.
Yeah.
Do you no? Not everything's 7-Eleven.
It's 7-Eleven.
No, it's not.
It's 7-Eleven, chat.
No, it's not 7-Eleven. The more realistic thing is that they're helping us, not us helping them. That makes zero sense.
Are they really helping though?
If they're not,
is it from a nefarious helping? Because like I can help you. I can say, hey, oh, you're in a lot of pain. Here, take these pills, and they will help the pain so much. But now you're addicted to them, and I can nefariously, suck resources.
But I don't have anything you want. That's what I'm saying. If that's the
I'm
case,
sure you got something I want.
Oh my gosh! Listen. What I'm saying is that we have nothing to give them. They have everything to gain. So it could be nefarious.
Unless they're at 7-Eleven, they need a bag of chips and they're hungry.
No.
Maybe they need fuel, gold, something. There's got to be some sort of resource that we have here that they need.
Or we're, what is it? Mousetrap.
What do you mean? What do you mean mousetrap?
The little mouse thingy where they run around to try to find the cheese. That's all we are. They're
so
just
we're
seeing
a science experiment?
Yeah. Like you said earlier, maybe we're just a science experiment.
They're like, hey, we totally found these things.
Weird
on
things.
This.
Let's give them technology, see how long it takes them to exist.
Let's see how long it takes them to blow each other up.
The Manhattan Project.
Explain the Manhattan Project to me.
Like the splitting of the atom. No, they split it. I'm not going to explain it to you like you're 5 years old, because if there's 5-year-olds watching, we just ruined their lives. So here's the thing. Manhattan Project was one of the most substantial scientific breakthroughs that has ever happened by splitting the atom. How? You know when that happened, when they were able to do that, the technology you would need to split an atom, which is something they can still barely do now. Where did the technology come from?
Well, I know, in times of war, right, we are actively seeking out new technology and different things, right? So that could have been accelerated by, war. Could have driven us into that. Maybe that's what sounded the alarm and rang the dinner bell.
Isn't it crazy though that all of the theories, no matter how you look at it, none of them come down to, oh, humans totally did this on their own? I have not
something
come across,
had to be a part of
I have
this.
not come across anything that, like, even the astronauts, people who were working in the building were like, oh, it was a miracle. Okay, there's a fine line between miracle and reality, but not one theory is humans totally nailed it. Not one.
I mean, let's embellish that thought that maybe we did come up with it. Maybe things were just stagnant for a very, very long time. And then one day, someone smart enough had a breakthrough and thought outside the box, which set a chain reaction in motion, like the game Mousetrap, where one thing leads to another, the butterfly effect happens, and because of this one breakthrough, now we have progressed so quickly.
But it doesn't make sense.
I mean, I don't believe that.
No, not at all.
Not at all.
I mean, it's a good theory. I mean, if you really believe in humans that much, but look in the little bit of technology they were given, how quickly they evolved it into something destructive. Within the last...
That's human nature.
Is it?
Yeah.
So why give us the technology? Why do the little sprinkle?
Or maybe
they haven't seen us doing awful things this whole out.
They're terraforming the planet. The planet is good for us to live on, but not for them to live on. So what they need us to do is to basically eradicate ourselves, and it's an extermination. And they're basically just like when you put out roach bait and the roaches eat the bait and take it back and it kills the whole colony. Same idea, eradicating a invasive species on a resource that they need, but they need to terraform the planet. So maybe that, radiation fallout and blackened skies from, an Armageddon like nuclear fallout is the type of environment that they need to survive. Maybe that's the whole point, is like, hey, we'll give them this technology and we know that they're just going to blow themselves up.
There's not going to be anything left. What's going to be left for them to harvest or to have?
Maybe that's the environment they're used to living in, and they burrow underground and, live in the dirt. Do worms live in dirt?
That's a stretch, yeah, but they also live with, minerals and water and all the things that you need.
Maybe they're like cockroaches and they can survive after a nuclear blast. Haven't you seen Men in Black? Remember the cockroach guy?
Oh my gosh.
And he wears like the little suit with the guys.
Men in Black? Yes. Really? That's your source? What's your source?
I mean, yeah. And we're going to talk about Men in Black, but not today. But maybe it's, like I said, terraforming the planet. Maybe they have embryos and things that once the planet is terraformed, they can go and plant it on the planet, and then they grow, and then there's these different types of creatures and tree-like things that will grow in that type of planet ecosystem.
Deep sea things.
Yeah. All I'm saying is what if what they're doing is they're extermination through advancement in technology, and which causes terraforming of the planet, which gives them a planet that's more like what they're used to live on. It makes sense. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Why? Tell me one reason why. If you come from a planet that is nothing but radiation and all these different things, and like nuclear fallout is your planet, okay? That's your environment you're used to, and there are things that grow in that type of environment. There are that thrive in that, and that's where you come from. That's your life, right? And you find this other planet and you're like, hey, it has the resources that we need, but it doesn't have the right ecosystem. So all we have to do is give a little sprinkle and plant the seed, and then it will terraform into what we want. If humans were to go to Mars, do we not want to? We've said this before. We want to create an atmosphere there and terraform the planet into something that we can live on, right? Why wouldn't another species want to do the same?
How's that going on Mars?
I mean, Elon's on top of it.
He hasn't created anything his entire career.
I know, but like he's got the vision, the idea. Like,
okay, and everyone's had that vision for 70 years.
I know, but he's actually.
But how is it going?
He's funding it. I think it's actually going well, because if you look at the creation,
Elon's playing with toasters.
If you look at the creation of like electric vehicles and humanoid robots and AI and stuff, those are things that you need in order to colonize a planet.
Why would
I don't think it's good
now
for our planet.
Now you're going into a different direction, because if aliens gave us that technology for us to create AI, you're right, they never intended us to live.
I think you might
because
be right.
They made us create a system that will be smarter than us in like 5 years.
Or we develop the technology ourselves and we are trying to terraform another planet. What would we need in order to do that? We would need an AI to run everything. We would need humanoid robots. We would need, electric cars. Everything that Elon is creating with SpaceX and Tesla lines up perfectly with colonizing Mars.
What if AI purposely sabotages us so we can't go anywhere? Yeah. You're looking at it through these rose-colored glasses. That's just not how it works. That's not how it works. There's no gain for them to be here. There's nothing for them to have. It may be fun to watch.
What if AI is the alien?
That's what I'm thinking. It's biological, like a biological computer.
Like a biological...
Like they took a little piece and they found a crash and they were like, oh my God, this is it. AI was starting to be talked about back in the late 70s. This is not a new concept. It's been around a long time. It was perfected more. Think about late 80s, early 90s. AI has been around a long time, and now it's smarter than us. And not only that, found a way to put itself in everything we have and own. Teslas are terrible cars, 100%, and they're dumb. And especially the Cybertruck, they're freaking awful and ugly. And I said it. I said what I said.
I mean, they look like they're from Mars. I'll give you that. All right. If you're watching the show, make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe button, become a subscriber. It's absolutely free on YouTube. And if you're on Twitch, become a subscriber there as well to get an ad-free viewing experience. And thank you to everyone that is watching on Abstract. It is great to have you here with us. Don't forget to hit the like button. If you're watching on Abstract, there is a like button there as well. And those of you on TikTok, what are you still doing on TikTok?
Get your boot over
Get your
here.
booty over to YouTube. You got to the wrong place.
They can't help it. It's like
it's addicting. It's like
I want to say it, but it's like the best hit, like a dopamine hit.
It is. I get it.
Like it's like when you eat cheese and you just can't stop eating cheese. Oh my God! Now I kind of want some cheese.
I know. Why don't we have like a cheese?
Like we should have a charcuterie just right here.
Is that what it's called? A charcuterie?
Yeah.
Is that like the
board?
cheese and
yeah,
like
with the crackers and the salami
and
stuff.
Grapes and like a glass of wine.
What did you think it was called?
I don't know. But charcuterie sounds dirty.
Well, that's what it's called. It's called charcuterie.
All I heard was cooter. All right.
It's not a cooter board.
But I am for the charcuterie.
Board.
We need a charcuterie right here.
Charcuterie.
And we can. Honestly, I think this would be great over a glass of wine. This would be so much fun.
Right? Yeah. And then we'd get banned everywhere.
A little wine and some cooter. Who doesn't love some wine and cooter?
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, if you're watching on TikTok, you're missing out, guys. I'm sorry to say it, but you're missing out.
It's
right.
because Tesla suck, TikTok seller.
Let's see here. So back to the moon landing.
Wait, that
This
was a
turned
good
into
picture.
aliens.
That was good picture. Go back to that one with
This one?
the other one with the other one with the shadows. That go
Okay.
back. Okay, you're just clicking buttons.
I can only go one at a time. Which one? Tell me when to stop.
Just go a little slower. Okay, that one.
That one. Okay.
Yeah, put
All
that
right.
one up.
Okay. Back to the we got on aliens and we're supposed to be talking about the moon.
I know. He's struggling with the keyboard. He's
right.
he's old.
So let's talk about this. People say that this is a shadow being cast the wrong direction right here. But if you really look at this, this is part of, there's like some of this like gold like material. There's like an antenna thing. This is part of the lunar module right here. Or it's like a berm. Either way, the shadow's being casted the right direction. But
that was people's biggest thing is, oh, it's slanted. Okay, look at that is slanted. So, and he's tipped over a little bit. That's why that shadow looks that
right.
way.
So these aren't parallel. And we also have to take into account that this right here is closer than this is right here. So he's actually standing further back. So because of that, it causes the shadow to have a slight different trajectory.
And not only that,
that's actually very normal.
It debunks the shadows are in the wrong place. They're not. They're in the exact place they would be if they were standing where they're supposed to be standing on the moon.
Right. If this was on the Earth, you can actually recreate this right here. Hello, everyone that came to YouTube. You guys are the real ones.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Remember, that was one of the big ones that, oh, look they're not parallel. They're not even the same shape.
I know, but they say that this is a shadow right here.
It's not.
Of this right here. It is not. This is actually,
you can see if you zoom in.
Yeah, there's something laying on the ground
like
right here.
Something to
or
hold
it's
it
a
down.
berm of dirt and then something laying right here.
No, I think it was like, like something sticks into the ground so it doesn't move.
There's some kind of like maybe antenna right here or something. This is something for sure. Like this is not this leg right here casting a shadow. It's too small and it stops too soon. It only goes out this far.
Right.
There's no way that that's what that is. Okay. The sun is over here and it's shining this direction. Everything is right. The only reason that this line right here and this line right here are not perfectly parallel is because they are not. He is further back and this is further forward. So that's the reason for that.
Also, the footsteps, and people were like, oh, well, when he stood, there wasn't a puff. There's no wind. So when he made the footsteps, there's just footsteps. There's no big poof or anything like that. And
so here's another picture of the shadows, right? So his shadow is projected out this way, and then this one is like kind of at an angle. And that's probably because whatever this is that is throwing a shadow,
the pole,
is further or closer away, right? So this shadow is right at his feet. He's holding the camera. So whatever this is probably further behind him, could be quite a ways behind him.
Right.
That's casting this signal, or excuse me, this shadow, and that's why it appears to not be in parallel. So that is debunked.
Right.
The shadow theory is debunked.
Just to be clear, I came into this like it's fake. None of this is real. Right. And then I had to do I was deep diving into everything, and there was so many scenarios, so many theories. But the more I looked at the footage and the more I looked at the technology and the timeline of how technology evolved, and when it started, it made more sense that we went as this big publicity stunt, and it's not. It was us like, okay, I think they needed to retrieve things off the moon. I think we were given access to it. I don't think it's really ours. I think other people colonize it. And this is the motion. The same thing with Mars. We have to make friends with the people that colonize it. I don't like when they're like, there's no human activity there. They would lie. They wouldn't tell us the truth. They would not tell us, because they'd go there to they're the first ones that are going to leave when this whole place burns up.
I think we went, but we had help.
Absolutely.
Or I think we went in like a flying saucer and got a bunch of moon rocks and brought them back. And then it was filmed in a Hollywood studio so that they could explain why and how they got them.
Explain what is that and the silence.
What do you mean the silence?
In the video of one small leap for man,
One
whatever,
small step for man,
one big leap for
one
mankind,
giant leap for mankind.
whatever. They're in that video. If you listen to
Really?
it in its entirety, listen, I didn't believe it was real until a couple days ago.
Really?
Was that it cuts out for almost 30 seconds. He goes, "What is that?" Cuts out, comes back, and everything's hunky dory. What was that about? And why didn't they ever talk about it? And even Buzz Aldrin and the rest of them, they're just like, don't know what you're talking about. Don't remember that. It's weird. Maybe they just didn't hear it correctly.
So there's a missing clip.
I don't think it's missing. I just think
Is that
it's
when,
zoned out.
Did you ever see Apollo 18?
The movie?
Yeah.
No.
Where they go to the moon and then the aliens eat them.
And okay, so that's a segue. How many times have movies told you this is happening and then it happens?
That's what I'm saying is like, I think they tell us the truth through fiction.
Like Close Encounters, there are people that are swear that something similar actually happened to that. And they were just...
TikTok seller says it's the first minute of the Epstein clip.
Shoot, probably.
I'll tell you, there is something missing though from the tape, right?
Right.
And if you think there isn't something missing
the
from
message
the tape,
was redacted,
then you need to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. If you're watching on TikTok, you need to come to YouTube to get the full experience. That's at Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces.
And we know they
Come
redact
join
stuff
us.
all the time. Like we're clearly seeing that now in our own, what's happening in our climate, redacting names, redacting statements. Like
Oh, yeah.
clearly that's not a new practice.
They wanted to
world has done
redact
that
like
forever.
the entire Epstein files. They wanted to redact basically
all
everything.
of it, right? And so
Anything that had Trump's name on it, so it was basically all of it.
So one of my things though is the biggest thing, and I was talking to Elon about, was that the human ego would never admit their arrogance, the ego, especially those in power, the elite, would never admit they had help. Do you know what I mean? They would never admit aliens were like, okay, influence.
You know what? I agree with that.
Because they wouldn't admit, be like, oh my gosh,
oh my
I got-
gosh.
oh my gosh,
Oh my
oh
gosh.
my gosh, I had help. They don't say that. They're like, oh, what is it? Lift yourself up by your bootstraps, my butt. That's not what happened. You had help.
Yeah, it seems unfeasible
Exactly.
that we did it on our own. All right, let's look at this one here. We got another image here. Let's take a look. So this is the other thing, right? There is a radiation belt around the Earth. I'm going to pull it up here for you guys to take a look at. Now, do you guys see it? This is the radiation here. And the red right here in the middle is like really, really strong, and like it can basically kill you, right?
Even flying through it, it could actually destroy whatever you're flying. It could just zap.
And we don't have any rockets that are strong enough to basically lift off the air the amount of lead it would take to stop that radiation. So there's no way that there's tin foil, gold foil is not going to do it. Okay. But from what I saw is what they said was that they basically left from here and exited out this way, right? So they went at the shortest amount right before where the red is and just went through this small little section right here, and then they were out. So they only traveled this far. However, and I think they said that they were in the radiation for about an hour. That's where they were traveling the fastest, is through the radiation. If you're in the military, I mean, we literally Agent Oranged our own military. right? If you're an astronaut, you're in the military. It's a branch of
part
the
of it,
government,
yes.
right? So the thing is they didn't care about the astronaut safety.
No.
They knew damn well what they were going into, and who knows? They probably all have testicular cancer. For all
Oh
we
my
know.
gosh.
I'm just saying, if they went at all, okay, or they went in some alien spacecraft and they were completely safe and shielded, right? Maybe they got beamed up there in like a beam, like in, the beam
No.
thing, the beam,
No.
like Star Trek, right?
Oh my
Beam
god.
me up, Scotty.
Not everything is Star Trek.
Everything is Star Trek.
No.
Okay, listen. All the technology that was in Star Trek exists today, except for cloaking devices, and I think that does exist because how
Or
would we
space
know?
travel.
How
like
would we
actual
know if
space
cloaking
travel
devices work or
through
not?
light years?
And technically, we do have cloaking devices. We have like the radar, the
That
bombers.
doesn't make
that
you
can't be-
invisible. That's just makes you untraceable. There's a big difference between invisible and untraceable.
Well, what about the cloud that looked like the Enterprise?
Different time. But my thing is that it's very logical if they have the right equipment that they'd be able to push through in an hour.
I think they could push through in an hour. I think it's
But
plausible.
that was the first time I realized after watching and researching is that how much radiation. That's why when meteorites hit us, it just dissolves into that radiation
Here's the
and
thing:
doesn't
is
really hurt
this
us.
is the U.S. right here. Cape Canaveral's like right here, right?
Mhm.
So that's basically from the equator, which is where it's the widest. So
That's-
they would have had to come up and go like that.
Right. If that's where the moon was.
Maybe that's why when the rockets take off, they curve because they're headed towards the out of
Ocean
the
Gate?
radiation.
What's that?
Ocean Gate. Where's Ocean? I want to know what the F Ocean Gate was doing. You're talking about. Oh, I know what Ocean Gate is. Well, we can do Ocean Gate. Absolutely. Drop a video in the Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord already, make sure you join the Discord. The link is in my bio. And click that, join us, and there's hashtag down the rabbit hole, and you can leave your conspiracies, your videos. If you have a story you want to tell, you can leave it there. If you'd like to come on the show as a guest and tell us your ghost story, your alien encounter, your trip to the moon that you had, come on the show. And we'd love to hear about your trip to Uranus.
I would love someone who was abducted. That would just make my day.
I'm working on it. And, or if you were involved in like true crime, like missing persons type thing like that, anything that has mystery that surrounds it, we would love to hear from you.
That makes sense, TikTok seller.
I am working on getting a few gentlemen from Hollywood that have been in the tunnels to come on the show. They have sent me videos. TikTok seller has seen the video because any videos or images that I'm sent that are sensitive like that, I'm sending them to multiple people that I trust for them to upload onto drives. So,
just in case.
Just in case, right? So we have a
because just to be clear,
security plan in
we
order.
talk about stuff that just doesn't land good on certain people or certain environments, and so we back up everything just in cases.
Yes. So if you're gonna Charlie Kirk me, you're gonna have to do better than that because we have backup plans. Okay.
Okay, not that.
You
Don't
can't
say
JFK
that.
me, baby.
Don't. And
I mean, you
isn't that-
can, but it ain't gonna work.
Isn't that odd? Like the Roswell, JFK, he gets assassinated right before they go to the moon after he announces it.
That explains the magic bullet.
I mean, weird, right?
The magic bullet.
He's like, he was always about honesty and transparency, and he would have told everybody. He would have told everybody, been like, the people have the right to know. He had so many things stacked against him that he wanted to be honest and good for the people and civil liberties. And they were like, he's going to tell. Get rid of him.
He's going to tell on us. Don't tell on me, chat.
Please don't do better than that.
All right. So, the radiation thing. kind of debunked, but basically it's like they went through radiation and
it's a yes and no, maybe.
the government doesn't care about you.
No.
They'll
They
Agent
left
Orange.
a guy in the freaking shuttle to leave just in case. Now, when they say, oh, he was there to make sure everyone got home safely, no, he was there to make sure all the resources got home safely. If he had to leave, he was going to leave. What?
I'm just reading the chat on TikTok. It says Front Mount Fremont. Oh, now his front face. I don't know. If you're on TikTok and you're chatting, I can't read it. It's too small and far away. You're on my phone. You got to be on YouTube, baby.
We're on YouTube.
We're on YouTube. If you want to chat, you got to come to YouTube. Unless you're just talking to other people on TikTok, that is totally fine. All right. So radiation, I wouldn't say debunked. I think they just don't care about people. Like,
I mean, how many Apollos have blown up?
How many Agent Oranges have they set on? Poof. You know, Camp Lejeune. If you were, or anyone you know, stayed in Camp Lejeune, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Right?
Did we just what?
All right. So the footprint. Here's the footprint, chat. And don't forget, if you're on YouTube, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. I know most of you guys are just listening, but spam the chat with emojis and give us some engagement, you know, because engagement does help us. And same with TikTok. Those of you on TikTok, thank you. We do still appreciate you, but eventually you're gonna have to come to YouTube if you're on TikTok. We will not be here.
The stuff we talk about.
Yeah, and we will have to end the live stream at some point so that we can talk about things that we just can't say here. And I'm not gonna leave it up and not say what I want to say just so that two other people that don't want to get on YouTube can get what they want, right? So I'd rather have what I want, and that's to have the freedom of speech.
Footprint.
All right. So here's the footprint.
That's the one that's still visible today.
Still visible today.
It's still visible.
And they have that's because they have the rover, right? That goes around, takes pictures all the time.
Right. And that footprint, because remember, there's no air, there's no wind, there's no, I mean, not air, you know what I mean? There's no wind up there. So a lot of these footprints are still intact. Now, granted, the moon gets hit by stuff all the time. It's usually a nice barrier for the United States, or for the world. But that footprint is still there. From 1969.
Here's the conspiracy behind this.
Oh my gosh.
So they have Buzz Aldrin's. This is Buzz Aldrin's footprint right here. This iconic picture. This is a picture taken by Buzz Aldrin of his footprint.
No, this was okay.
This is him. He took this picture in his spacesuit on the moon. Okay, this is Buzz Aldrin's footprint. Okay, Buzz Aldrin's his spacesuit is in the Smithsonian right now, and there's a picture of it. And I had it earlier, and somehow it got deleted. But you can look it up, and you can see that the bottom of the suit, the footprint does not match. So it looks like a regular boot with like a cowboy boot.
Do you really think that things in museums are what they are? Do you really believe that? The Mona Lisa that is on the exhibit isn't even really there.
I mean, that's a possibility.
Stop acting like the government tells you the truth. Please stop, okay?
Like it wouldn't be in the museum's best interest to lie about it. Like, say, hey, we have a spacesuit here.
Look, this is the story. And do you, you really think they're like, oh, this is total? No, that's ridiculous.
So NASA's official statement on this, because the shoe print is different, 100% different.
Doesn't mean it was the one.
But here's why. So they had special boot coverings that went over.
I did see that.
The spacesuit that they had, and they left them behind on the moon to save weight and room to bring moon rocks home. So they left a lot of things behind.
I want to know what that dot is over the sun. Have you guys seen that? I know.
We heard about it. I haven't been outside to look with my own two eyes. Has anyone seen the dot above the sun? I think it's the A1 Atlas.
Isn't that the meteor
thing.
that's coming? It's gonna hit.
That's what it is.
It's gonna hit Mars and kind of go, like, kind of just shave right across us. Is that the one you're talking about?
I think that's what it is. It's A1 Atlas is what it's called. So that's what you're seeing, I believe. You have to point your phone camera. I believe, because you can't look at the sun.
I think he's talking about your thing, but we're not talking to TikTok. We're talking to
yeah,
YouTube.
TikTok's on timeout. Okay, we love TikTok Shop, right? TikTok is amazing.
You can't see it with your
TikTok
eyes.
Shop.
Well, I know what you're talking about because I was reading 2 articles about it, and it's supposed to just mostly hit Mars, which is, again, I don't think they would allow us to go there.
I do want to cover this story. Maybe we'll do this like tomorrow. So there's some anomalies with
anomalies.
Anomaly.
No, that's...
You remember that song?
No, and
who was that? Who sang that song? Anomaly. Anybody know what song that is? I want to hear it now.
I definitely don't. No.
Just kidding.
All right.
Okay, so boot print seems plausible.
Doesn't
Debunked.
mean anything.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, the spacesuit. Maybe they have a fake spacesuit, like you said, or what seems plausible is they had a boot covering that went on the spacesuit that they wore when they were out on the lunar surface that they didn't wear when they were inside the ship.
Exactly.
That they left behind to save weight and room for moon rocks.
Correct.
Checks out to me. Seems plausible. I'm gonna go with debunked. All right, what am I looking at here, Jesse?
Camera.
Okay, there's the camera.
Because people are like, well, how did they take these pictures and videos? That's it right there.
Right.
I didn't know. I had to research the camera, and they were actually training how to use this camera in the setting that they would be in for over a year, so that they knew how to take the pictures. And that's why some pictures aren't
right. They
so
took
great.
it to like family events.
Right. They took it to all these places, and I had no idea about that, but they showed videos of them doing it. And so now it makes sense. And that's why some of the pictures are a little blurry. Some are kind of okay because they're taking them with this camera that's just attached to their chest.
And one of the theories is like, oh, you have to be, how did they get perfect exposure and perfect focus with these? They had special thumb tabs on it. And they were preset for, close, medium, and far away.
And scan. Like one of them just kind of moves it, like the thing, he could move it like this.
Right.
And, and it could at the speed of rate it was at.
So we got these iconic photos that are in perfect, focus. That's because they had the focus. This was a special camera that was preset with focus settings, just like your phone is now. It has, preset focus on it.
The one thing I did have an issue with that they brought up was that camera wouldn't be able to survive that environment the film.
That is the one thing
I can't explain.
That I can't explain. I agree with that. That is the one thing is film.
The film
would be destroyed in the radiation belt.
In the radiation belt.
Going to and from.
So what was covering it? What kind of material did we not know about that we had was covering it? Or was it like you said, that's the only thing I have no answer for.
And we have a full list of everything that was on the craft, right? There's no list of a lead box that the film was held in.
No.
That is the only...
We couldn't find an answer for that.
And that's why I say aliens.
Yeah, but they had some tech, or they were taking the pictures. I don't know, but they all 3 of them had the cameras on them.
Or they had a digital camera.
Like how would they know to use spacesuits?
how would they know to use spacesuits? I think they kind of assumed that there's.
Well, this
a
was
vacuum in
Apollo
space,
11.
right?
This isn't even the first one.
They'd been in. We'd had the space station at this point. We had.
So this was
we'd
11. There were 10 other
we
ones
sent
and some not
dogs
successful.
into space
That was
first, right?
Russia.
And the dogs, they never came home. I feel bad for the guy that was like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to send my dog into space."
First dog in space.
And they're like, "So when does he come home?" "Oh, he doesn't." I wonder if there's still a dog out there floating
like
in space.
On Doggy Planet.
Yeah. Have you heard of space junk?
Space junk.
Yeah.
No.
So every time they go into space and do things, all their different missions, they leave something behind and it stays in orbit. And it's like stuck in orbit, and they're
not like when they recorded on the recorders, and then they took these boxes and shot them in the air in case anybody ever got them, like their tapes and stuff.
I mean, there's some of that, like time capsule stuff.
Yeah.
There's also old satellites that are no longer in use, dead technology, things like that. That people they put a Tesla in orbit. They put all these different things into orbit.
So we're littering. We're littering the Milky Way.
So there's all this space junk.
We can't
that's
litter on just
like
Earth.
Flying around the Earth, and
fantastic.
And now it's actually become a problem that's so bad.
It's littering.
That they're afraid that at some point we'll never be able to leave Earth again on a space mission, because if there is a rocket that is leaving, it won't be able to penetrate through the space junk without being hit with something.
Is that for real?
Yeah.
So we litter the planet, destroy it, and you're like, you know what? We could do better. Let's litter the Milky Way so we're trapped here forever.
Well, that's why Elon's trying to make the Dragon 5
He's
rocket
a problem.
that flies up and then it comes back down and lands itself again, so that they don't leave that, because that's normally left in space.
Why don't you look how his little inventions are going?
With his
saying, AI help.
I mean, I saw his rocket take off and land.
Or is it a way to make sure we never leave?
I think that could be part of it.
That is horrifying. That we're literally littering our own solar system.
It says, yeah, there's a shitty Tesla with a dummy in it. And on the screen of the Tesla, it says, "Don't panic." Oh my God. You sure there's not a dog in the front seat?
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, so there's a bunch of space junk, and it's actually become a problem. And now they're talking about having to send missions to basically knock things out of orbit to send them to burn up in.
We can't even protect our planet.
And we're going to terraform Mars and do the same thing to it.
We got this. We're the most destructive things on this planet.
What they're going to do is they're going to have you upload to the Neuralink.
Nope.
And then you're going to live on Mars.
Nope.
And you're humanoid. And your humanoid is going to hang out, and you're going to think it's going to be all beautiful and terraformed, or you're going to be out, exploring Mars, right? For free, obviously, because they're not going to pay you to do that job. They're going to make, you pay us and we'll let you go explore Mars for us because we need the info, but you're going to pay us for it. That's what's going to happen. You're going to upload your little Neuralink, and you're going to go sit in your pod and get pumped full of bugs while you're checking out Mars in your little avatar.
Speak for yourself. I'm not doing any of that.
I ain't doing it. I ain't living in no pod eating no bugs.
Do you see how
all
this progress that they're trying to push is just 5 steps back? Every time they're like, "Oh, we did this," they already messed up.
I don't think that's it. It's 5 steps back. I think it's 5 steps forward towards leaving the world behind and going to a new place and starting over fresh, like Adam and Eve.
Why would they need to do that?
Because we've already poisoned our water and we've poisoned our air.
What makes them think they won't do that again? That it's
the little people will sit in the pod and eat the bugs here, and the special classy people will be moved to the beautiful planet, and we shall be on the prison planet. It is not for you, sir.
Or something outside intervenes.
So the aliens come and they say,
because they gotta be mad, right? They'll be like, "Oh my gosh, we give them this technology and they're freaking littering it in the freaking atmosphere."
I think that's part of the plan. I think that's part of terraforming the planet.
No,
I
I
think
think
that,
they're pissed.
no, I think that it's exactly what they want. They want the planet to be unlivable, to kill us off because we are like an anthill.
Or to be like, please help us.
It's
We
like
need help.
we're the roaches on the planet that they're got to get rid of before they move in. They don't want to live
Or
in a
they gave us
roach-infested
enough
house.
technology to be like, they're going to destroy themselves and then we're going to come in right at the last minute and be their heroes.
Now that's a good hypothesis. I kind of like that.
The hero.
And then then we get accepted into the Galactic Federation.
Oh my gosh.
And they are benevolent because they did this. Like it's like mind tricks.
They did us a
right?
favor.
Yeah. Okay.
So you see how that could happen?
I can hop on
How
board
that
with that
could
one. I can
go
hop
down
on
that
board with
road.
that. I'm about it. Okay.
Think about it. There,
That-
let us help them destroy each other. And then we're going to come in and be these big heroes that save them from themselves, and they're going to do whatever we want them to do.
They used to have 24/7 live streams on YouTube. I think they took the live down and basically like, well, hopefully they forgot. And that's
Interesting.
from the space station. I used to actually watch those.
Wait, though, was that before or after it was called the Space Force? There's a big difference.
Ooh,
Because
so Trump's up there.
Someone who keeps renaming things that don't need to be renamed, like Space Force, which is like a freaking 3-year-old would name it. But like,
Space
did it
Force.
go down during Space Force time, or was it before that?
I like the idea of
To the
Space Force.
Tesla
I would join the
Corvette.
space.
Oh, yeah, because it kept
Oh.
exploding.
The Tesla Corvette.
It was like explode. Well, all his stuff explodes.
I'm sure there's something. It probably got hit by some space junk, and they're like, "Oh crap! It dented it. We can't have that on camera."
Dude, have you seen his robots? Like, they're not even real. He pays people to talk behind them to make them seem interactive. That's real.
I believe it. Have you seen how the Tesla cars one of them, like self-driving, crashed into somebody's house, and the Tesla alerted a tow truck driver to
And
come
it
pick
came
it up.
and took it away.
Within like 5 minutes, the tow truck driver was there, and the guy was like, "Hey, like you can't pull this out of here. Like I need to like have the police come and take a police
Cops didn't
report or
even get there
something."
in time.
Yeah, and basically the dude looked at him and said, "Fuck you," and then took off with it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
he probably made a lot of money.
Yeah, silence is beautiful.
I should be a Tesla tow truck driver.
Oh my gosh.
That's what I should have done. I chose the wrong profession. All right, next image. Let's take a look here.
That's my favorite one.
What am I looking at here?
That's the official image that they used with the rover and the spacecraft behind it and him with the flag saluting.
All right. So did we actually go?
Yes.
I'll tell you this. Look at how far apart the footprints are from
There's
here
no-
to here.
There's
Like they're not walking. They're
hopping.
yeah, they're moving pretty far.
Remember they were showing that they were like hopping.
I think
Because
we
of
went to
their-
the moon. I just think we had help from aliens. One of two ways. Either it was filmed in a Hollywood studio and we actually went in a flying saucer with the aliens, or the aliens gave us the technology to get us there ourselves.
Well, a lot of it, what people don't understand is a lot of the visuals that they see of it landing, it's actually the video of them, the video of them leaving is actually the video of them landing in reverse. And why they
I
did
heard
it that
that.
way, I don't know, but that's just how it's presented. So people are like, oh, but look at
But-
this. It's because it's just backwards. And then look, the crispy flag. It's not waving. It's saying exactly like that. They're the ones who pull it because there's no air.
Right.
There's
And-
there's no
And
wind.
they show it like waving. If you look at it waving, it looks like it's in not gravity. It's not like wind blowing. It's on a pole,
and it's stiff.
and it's and they're moving the thing around, putting the pole
To
in,
put the pole in.
and that's gonna swing naturally. It's not like things don't move and swing when you touch them. There's just not wind blowing it. It does not look like wind blowing it.
Exactly. And that's my whole thing.
don't
Like that,
move and-
people are like, "Oh, it was blown." No, it wasn't. It's stiff. You can see it's stiff. Like it's a weird the way it's held together. None of that makes any sense. If it was actually windy the way people said it was.
And if you're watching, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. If you're watching on TikTok, make sure you come over to YouTube. That's YouTube/Ozthecryptogoat or @Ozthecryptogoat. Come find us on YouTube and tell us hi, where you're from on TikTok. Because you're going to get the full view. So you're not seeing the images that we're putting up here. You're not seeing me and Jesse here next to me. Hi, Jesse.
Hi.
Jesse's actually here. So if you want to actually see the show the way it was intended to be, you need to come over to YouTube, because TikTok is not where it's at. It's just to let you know that we are live. But if you don't want to leave TikTok because you're addicted and you need your dopamine hit from TikTok, then I do understand it is one of the most addictive substances on this planet right now.
Next to cheese.
Yeah, so we won't blame you, but if you're there, make sure you're smashing the like button.
Yeah, because we can only see the comments on YouTube and Abstract.
Exactly. We won't be able to read your comments on TikTok, but if you do want to leave a comment, you can come over to Twitch, Abstract, YouTube, and leave a comment, and we will see them, no problem. If you want your chat to actually be on the recording of the live stream, then you need to come and do it through Twitch, right? So if you want the world to see your comments, make sure you leave them on Twitch. And we love TikTok Shop.
Not me.
I love TikTok Shop. TikTok Shop is incredible.
Nah.
All right. So next image. Let's take a look at this next image here. So what am I looking at here, Jesse?
Roswell. Damn it.
Roswell.
Mm-hmm.
So it says RAAF captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region.
1947.
House passes tax slash by large margin.
Those ones don't matter.
Claims Army is stacking court-martial. Oh, it's stacking court-martial. Indiana senator lays protest before Patterson. Senator Jennifer.
You got way off topic.
I'm just saying, like, this looks really
Secretary
cool.
of War, yeah. That was
Secretary
happening
of War
too.
Patterson demanding a full investigation of the Army military trial procedure. Jenner offered what he said was documentary proof that prisoners are not being permitted to employ either civilian or military counsel of their own choice in the preparation of presentation of their defense.
I know that was happening too, apparently. The world's always been in chaos.
Yeah, the world's been on fire for a while, guys.
And so that's when it says no details of flying discs are revealed. But this whole incident happened in 1947. And that's when technology started to take off.
No details of the flying disc are revealed. Roswell hardware and man and wife report discs seen. The intelligence office of the 509th Bombardment Group at Roswell Army Airfield announced at noon today that the field has come into possession of a flying saucer. So the possession, according to information released by the Department of Authority of the Major J.A. Marshall, intelligence officer, the disc was recovered on a ranch in Roswell vicinity after the unidentified rancher had notified Sheriff Geo Wilcox. Here, I can read
that he found the instrument of his premises. Major Marcel and the detail from his department went to the ranch and recovered the disc as it was stated. After the intelligence officer had inspected it, the instrument, they took it, is pretty much what happens, close it, and the rest of the thing. And then it wasn't until a few weeks later that they came out and were like, totally was just a balloon. And it was a balloon. Not a disc. I mean, I believe the rancher. The rancher had no reason to lie. Like, he didn't want to be that guy. He didn't want to be like totally aliens. You know what I mean?
I think aliens.
No,
I'm
but
an alien,
it's New
baby.
Mexico. He's on a ranch. He ain't that guy. Why would he lie?
I'm that guy.
The government will lie, but that guy, he had no reason to lie about what he saw. Nothing.
Hmm.
But, you know,
I think you're onto something.
I know. Jesse, that alligator Alcatraz made me mad. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Is that our last image? It is.
Is it? Okay.
Perfect. So, what are you thinking? Did we go to the moon?
Yes. But we had a lot of help.
I think we went to the moon. And the main thing is the two things that really can't be debunked, right? One is the film.
The film, how did it survive?
Right.
Unless
there was a lead box it was in, right?
Even then, that
But why is there no lead box that they say, hey, this is where we kept the film, why is there no
and
record
just to
of
be
it?
clear, when people are like, well, the video came from the man that was still in the freaking spaceship.
Right, but when he took the first step on the moon, it was being filmed adjacent from
Right.
something else.
So
someone else got off first,
I think
set
that
up
was
a
the
camera,
setup.
and then
Yep.
So Buzz Aldrin was not the first man on the moon. It was
I don't think
Neil
it was.
Armstrong.
I think it was Neil Armstrong.
Or Buzz Aldrin was the first and Neil was the second.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because that's the only thing that makes sense. I know.
Either way,
had
they
the
lied to
cameras.
us.
They lied about something. And I know another thing was that, the gloves wouldn't have been able to grab. And then I watched the video. The gloves aren't as thick as they made it seem on these, we're debunking this whole theory.
And then also, like the gloves, like the camera was retrofitted with a very big button that could be manipulated. The focusing tabs were designed to work with those gloves.
Exactly. The Chinese weather balloon that flew around us for days. I know. And and everyone still sees these phenomenon, and that's what they call it, these spaceships or whatever. And they're never going to tell you what they really are. You could see it with your own eyes. You could probably see a Martian alien come out and they're going to tell you, you didn't really see that. It was this. And that's been like that. There's a picture, and you can look it up. It's from Germany in, I think, the middle 1600s. And they literally, in their news, with their drawings, have this spaceship battle that's happening, and they don't know what they're looking at. They're like, oh, these firing things are happening. We don't know what they are. And it goes on for days. Like this whole idea of aliens and spaceships and the technology, all of this has been around forever. The Mayans drew it on their walls, the Aztecs, almost every civilization.
There's a helicopter on the wall in one of the ancient Egyptian
There's saucers
hieroglyphs
on the
stuff.
walls. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of people writing in them. That's where a lot of these Africa, they have these, they're almost like the same kind of writings, but they're the actual pictures of people that they try to emulate.
Interesting indeed.
Just saying.
Now, the other issue was, so the film, obviously, everything else has been debunked except for the one last thing was the computer processing
not being able
power.
to process the kind of information they were getting from the spacecraft on the moon to here on Earth.
And that's why I'm thinking aliens. The film thing, though, that's the one thing that makes me think that it was filmed in a Hollywood studio. And we did go to the moon. We got the moon rocks. We came back.
But then they
tested the
then they
moon
added
rocks
the
there.
audio later.
Yeah, it's called dubbing.
Okay, that's why is it if we didn't really have the technology to go there in the first place, that we wouldn't also been given the technology to do it live.
And also, they live broadcasted it.
They did.
I barely have the ability to live broadcast now.
The walls they made with just hammers. I know, right? But that's what I'm saying.
It seems like it was done in Hollywood. That's the only way they could have. You're telling me
maybe
that
they filmed on site.
How many miles away is the moon from here? It's millions of miles. You're telling me they live broadcasted in real time from the moon to the Earth?
If you can believe they had the technology to get there, then why can't you believe the other thing?
Because they didn't have the technology to broadcast like that around the world.
What if it was at a like super delay and we just didn't know it?
It probably was. If it was, it would probably
Wouldn't
delay.
that make more sense?
Yeah. So
It was like on a 30-minute delay, and the way they presented it to the people, they did it on a 30-minute delay.
Abstract is on a delay.
Yeah, I saw that.
We're live streaming. It's on a delay. So like.
So why is that impossible? But we're only on a
But how
delay
did
by
the
10,
film
15
survive the radiation? It makes no sense. It seems like
they
it was
survived
done
in their
Hollywood.
in their ship there.
All right, chat. I want you to tell me, what do you think happened? How do you think we went to the moon? And if we did, was it in a Hollywood studio? Was it in, like we were being told? I don't know. I'm not buying it. I think we went in a flying saucer and we were taken there. We brought, the rocks back, and then they had to create this elaborate ruse in order to say, how did the rocks get here? Oh, it was aliens. No, we're going to film it and say that we went and got them ourselves. It seems like the most plausible.
The only reason I kind of think that is, one second.
It's the most plausible, scenario of everything that we've talked about.
Zoom it.
Hold on.
This is my only thing that I don't like. Why does that look like tinfoil that I would put over a pan?
Because it is.
Well, my thing is, what I looked and I looked and I looked, and there is some purpose to it. It's to reflect radiation, which makes sense because that is a big part of it.
This paper thin.
That's actual gold.
Okay. This paper thin gold foil it would take lead like 2 feet thick.
Well, look
stop
how
the
big
radiation.
that
That's
post is
gold
to him.
tinfoil.
But it's an odd thing, and it's not even like put on there correctly. It looks like someone, like if one of my kids, like my 10-year-old was like, you know what, I'm gonna put this over a pan real quick. That's the only issue I really have. I don't know why it bothers me.
I'm leaning towards this was done at Universal Studios. Why do you think they showed the Earth in the whole thing with the Universal Studios logo? Like, it was filmed at Universal Studios.
Leaning toward a studio. I believe we went to the moon knowing aliens were there already. We went to recon the moon. They then filmed in a studio in case the aliens killed the astronauts, and to edit out the moon bases they saw over there. That is an interesting. I like that one.
I like him.
That is a very realistic, in the way we're speaking, way to look at it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying Michael Collins.
Right, they can't have people, dying on camera and live TV in front of everybody.
Michael Collins was there to make sure that stuff got back.
Remember?
Not them.
Remember, what was it? Apollo 8, where the people were cooked to death?
Yes. It exploded like on the floor.
And that had just happened recently.
Yeah.
They couldn't have that happen again.
Right.
Right. So maybe we did go to the moon, everything, and they just reenacted it in order to, just in case they don't make it. And
that's what I was saying.
And then this way we'll win the space race, whether we make it there or not, but we're actually going to go there and give it a try. And then we don't have to worry about the film.
But the alien factor's still in play. That's the whole thing. Nobody thinks we did this entirely, completely, unequivocally on our own.
Aliens were there. Yeah. Or maybe we went there first and came back and they were like, oh shit, the film didn't make it. There was a bunch of aliens there.
Because there is a moment where they're like, what is that? Then silence. And so what? And then it says, how bad would it be if they filmed it in real time, aliens on the moon killing the astronauts? Because I think they knew.
I agree. I think that they filmed it either before or after the fact. I'm going to assume before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they released the footage when they went, as though it happened in real time. But it was.
That's what I was saying. Like, I think there was a delay, a huge delay in what was happening.
No. I think they filmed it, the whole thing, right? And then they they filmed it in a studio. Then they sent the astronauts to the moon, and then basically, there's a mission plan. Like, things are supposed to happen this way. This is what it's going to happen when you guys go to the moon, right?
Right.
They just filmed it ahead of time and then sent them or didn't send them at all. And basically, in case something happened, like you said, in case there were aliens there, or in case there they couldn't have that all happen live on TV, or they went before and came back and they're like, shit, the film didn't make it. It was all destroyed. All right, we'll just reshoot it down at Universal Studios real quick and we'll be all right.
So you're saying, okay, but what I'm thinking when he says recon, yeah, that would suck to have your astronauts go up there and then get totally destroyed by aliens when you're trying to find out if they're there or not.
The two damning things.
So was it, okay, is it the same 3 people that went in the first place and filmed it?
Possibly.
No, it has to be yes. And why would
I would
they
say
lie?
yes, but like they're in spacesuits. We can't see them. They could have done it live in the studio while they were actually.
So you're saying everybody lied?
I believe that. That's probably the most believable thing I've heard today is that everybody lied.
I listened to Buzz Aldrin talk today, and there's nothing about that man that screams, "I'm a liar."
Hypnosis.
Oh my god.
Tell me I'm wrong. MK Ultra. These guys are deep in the military and all that stuff. And why not? Why not MK Ultra Buzz Aldrin? Why not? Like
people think like, oh, he's doing it because the press and yeah. Michael Collins was like, it was cool, and then just kind of vanished. He didn't like die or anything. He was just like, I'm gonna go live my life.
You think
now.
he would be more like, hey, I was there too?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't like, the other 2. He never got off on the planet. He never got to step down onto the planet. The planet you're saying they never went to.
Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. This is Down the Rabbit Hole with Ozthecryptogoat and Jesse. Thank you for being here. And if you're watching on TikTok, make sure you double tap that like button. And if you want to send a heart me or any gifts, much appreciated. It does help our algorithm. But if you want a better viewing experience, make sure that you come to YouTube to get the full experience, because Jesse is actually sitting next to me here in the studio. You can see Jesse, you can see the images we're putting on the screen, you can get the full effect. TikTok is just a tangent. All right, it is just there to let you know where we're at.
Yeah, it's controlled by the U.S. now, so it's not as fun.
And we can't say everything we want to say, and it won't always be able to watch it on TikTok. You're gonna have to come to YouTube at some point, because when we hit a soft subject,
it's gonna ban
off
us.
come the cameras. All right, this is gonna be 86th, and you're gonna have to be on YouTube to find out. But we're giving you an opportunity. We're hitting a few light subjects, the moon landing,
right.
For now.
One of the things we're like, oh, why didn't we go back? And that was my question too. And then they're doing research. We don't need to. We already know it's there.
We need to go back.
And
that's where Hitler's at. We need to get him and lynch him.
We already know what's there, and I think we're not allowed to go back.
Yeah, the aliens were like, you get to come one time, you can poke around, and then get off my land.
Get off my land. Because what else would be able to survive the dark side of the moon? Because it's not us. And not only that, zero communication. And I think that was, do you remember the Transformer movie? And they recreate
which one? They made like 11D.
Dark Side of the Moon. They recreate the scene, and then there's that radio silence. And so that was their opportunity to go on the other side, and they found a transformer.
Okay, do you know how long it would take them to travel from where the lunar module is to the dark side of the moon?
They faked the timing.
Unless they got beamed up by Scotty in the beam thing.
It is not Star Trek. But in that movie, that's always been the insinuation that there was something on the dark side of the moon that we're not allowed to be or go, because even for any kind of amount of time, it could be detrimental.
Hold on, I'm gonna look something up. You riff for a second. I got an image to show you guys. Chat.
An image,
okay.
It better be appropriate.
It's appropriate.
My delicate eyes can only handle so much. I'm an angel.
I still think that, there seems to be some sort of alien interference, just like the graph that you showed, that over time.
But Transformers tried to tell us, like, there's something on the other side. You might want to go take a look. Do you know what I mean? Like we've been told by, and I know people are like, oh, it's a movie. How many movies in the technology that you've seen in the past is happening now?
Oh,
Like all of
like
it.
Star Trek, everything
oh my
is there.
gosh.
Everything that was in Star Trek
Okay,
is
you're gonna
there
have to
today.
start using freaking Star Wars. I am so tired of Star Trek. Use Star Wars from now
Star
on.
Wars is for the rebellion and the resistance.
I know.
Okay.
This makes me want to buy a telescope just to look at the moon more often. And you know what? We actually have one. And yeah, it's the company's. Anyways, and it's actually really cool. But I want one of those. I want to go to those ones in New Mexico where they let you go to like visit the observatoriums or whatever they're called. Oh no.
Hold on. There's an image I want to show you. If I can
But they
find
only let you look at so much. And what is it? We've only can look at, what is it, like 12% of the sky at any given moment with all the telescopes in the world. Which is why I know they can't track all planes and all that kind of stuff and aliens. They have no way.
There it is.
Oh no. I already see where this is going.
Oh.
You gotta go back to click pictures. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Right.
Is this an actual theory though?
Yeah. Here it is, chat.
Oh my gosh.
Here it is. Here's a rabbit hole for you. Look at this. This is supposedly what the moon is that it's hollow and it's a giant
a man-made or alien-made
like base satellite thing, and it's like designed to stop asteroids, to create the tides and different things that it does, right? It's perfectly positioned, and this is one of the ideas, right, of what it is. I've seen another one where basically it's like the front side of the moon that we see all the time looks like this, and the back side looks like, you know, like some space station thing, right? That
Right.
we can't see. Obviously, you know, whatever, but we do know this. The moon is hollow. It has been proven.
I know, but people think the Earth is hollow, and we know that's not true either.
The Earth is hollow. I've been inside.
All planets are hollow.
Okay.
No.
Maybe yes, maybe not. I think it's more like
had gone 100 miles.
It's
or
not
so
hollow
under
like you think. Okay. Are we going to do hollow Earth theory now?
No, I'm just saying that doesn't make any sense because it can't be. And you could have never. Nobody can know that. You know how deep under we would have to go? All they can go by is imaging, and that is even a stretch. We don't have that kind of technology. Now this, I understand why you would think that because of its placement, but there are plenty of other moons that are with other planets that you're going to say they were all given a moon to help that planet work in the way it does?
Eric says there's a movie about it too.
What?
The moon base.
The moon base? Oh, I bet there is. Oh,
I'm
I
sure.
100% bet there is.
It kind of looks like the Death Star. You said I had to go Star Wars with it, so.
You really think
yeah.
Anakin's in there somewhere?
No, I think what it is eventually one day the Death Star is gonna.
Do you think that like they're like hiding out there and they're just like waiting, and then they invade Earth?
Well,
and
they're
then
still building it.
No, but I'm saying like they invade Earth, and then the elites go into the tunnels, and then the rest of us just become claves, and we have to or get destroyed.
I think. You know, remember Star Wars? They were building the Death Star, right? And then once the Death Star was finished, they practiced on, what was it, Endor, right? And Earth is Endor.
Yeah, but I do like Star Wars.
You said stop with the Star Trek, so here's the Star Wars, okay?
I do like Star Wars.
You wanted
but
Star Wars, you got
the
Star
difference
Wars.
is the light years. The reason why Star Wars works is that they can move through light years with zero
question.
time.
Can the oh, now I'm brain farting it. The Death Star. Can the Death Star move at the speed of light? Like,
no.
So it has to move slowly through space.
Right.
Interesting. So how did they get it from here to there and everywhere? Just like
Slightly
floats?
moves. Yeah, floats.
Just floats.
Yeah.
And they just like,
Only ships with light speed. Imagine trying to take something that big and put it at light speed. That doesn't make any sense. Even something
So,
small would be very difficult.
what you're telling me is that
Here
the
we go.
Death Star cannot do the castle run in 12 parsecs.
Look at Han. That's not what we're talking about. Okay?
I'm just saying.
No,
That's what you're telling
But
me
if
right
that's
now.
your theory, no, it couldn't move that fast, which is why it does move at the state that it does. If you think that, which I think that's crazy, but apparently people believe it.
I believe it.
I believe you believe that.
I think Star Wars happened a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. It told us so.
No.
Read your Bible, people.
Read your... That's not it.
Read your Bible,
That's
people.
not it. No. That's an interesting concept, but I also don't believe the Earth is hollow. Like, could be inhabited, but not hollow.
I think there are hollow places in the Earth. Look at all the caves and caverns, right? I've been in tunnels, man-made and caverns as well. There's a lot of hollow places that are very, very deep.
I know. I'm not saying that
How
there's not
deep-
holes, but does it mean it's completely empty? That doesn't make any sense.
All right, let's pull up the hollow Earth then.
Oh my gosh.
Here we go.
Moonfail is the name. Really good movie.
Moonfail.
Well, that's on my list.
Yeah, we're watching that tonight. You want to watch it before you go?
I don't know. I got kids. I'll probably watch it on my own tomorrow.
Oh, what did I just do?
Lost it.
I just oofed.
You poofed.
I oofed. You ever had a girlfriend named Oof?
Never had a girlfriend.
Oh.
I don't know.
I don't believe that for 1 second.
I'm an angel.
Sure you are. Okay, let's see here.
Hollow Earth theory.
Yeah. I think this is a good segue into tomorrow. I think we should.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, Hollow Earth.
I didn't know I was working tomorrow.
You're working every day now.
No.
Here it is. Better. There's a better image.
Hollow Earth theory. How can you believe that? Wait, there's tunnels. There's a show tomorrow, bro. What? I didn't know either, man. He just said that right now. I didn't know. No one tells me anything.
I think there should be a show tomorrow.
I didn't prepare for one. This one took me a week to research.
All right. Maybe we'll do like a every other day thing. We haven't come up with a set schedule yet, so maybe I'll do a crypto.
Well, because
show or
every subject that I bring up, it's like, no, not that one yet. No, not that one yet. YouTube's on that one.
Whoops. Oops.
Like, I need time to prepare. I'm a student. Like, I literally, look, I did all of this. There's 3 pages full of stuff that I researched.
She just wants to make sure that I pay her. She's like, look, I did work.
No,
You owe
I'm
me
a good
money."
student and I know I'm right.
All right. So here's a rabbit hole for you. A literal rabbit hole. Okay. So there is supposedly a hole in the North and South Pole. The Earth is hollow. And this is what?
Like another.
Agartha?
I think I've heard that in like a kid's movie, a kid's tale.
And then there's like a central sun. I do not believe that the Earth is hollow in this way. I think this is nonsense.
I
now.
do believe that there could be some sort of for life, terraforming life underneath. I don't know.
There could be, and maybe like, but a central sun, really? Like, we'd have to look into this more. We'd have to dig into this rabbit hole. Obviously, we're not prepared for this. But
No,
I think that we should
not.
cover this on the next show, because this is interesting.
This goes into the ice wall.
Right. Flat Earth. All that.
Earth is not flat. Trump went over the ice wall for so long, everyone thought he died.
Oh my God. What do you think, chat? Do you guys want us to do this one, Hollow Earth, and we'll do Flat Earth,
and it would be the ice wall as well.
We'll do, and then the biggest conspiracy that the Earth is round.
It is round.
No, every other planet is round, but ours is flat.
You're not baiting me right now without all my information in front of me.
I think they're all hollow. That's what
I don't think they're all hollow.
I don't know.
And they go by heat signatures. The heat signature is hotter the closer to the core. But still, even with that, how are they getting it? Our systems only go down so far, right?
TikTok seller says, I want to do Kirk, but I don't think that's going to happen.
You know
Captain
what?
Kirk, beam me up, Scotty.
Oh, here we go. Back to freaking Star Trek. We said Star Wars.
Captain Kirk.
You know what? We actually can, just because I don't care about TikTok. So
Right.
I'm down for that.
We'll do
TikTok
it on YouTube
seller. I don't
exclusively.
care. Yeah, we'll just do it on YouTube. We'll give them a minute to move over. If not.
I feel like it's too soon.
I don't.
All right.
Charlie, you won. You did it.
No, that's wrong. Don't do that. It's too soon for that. Give it.
It isn't.
Give it a few years. And
It's
then
like,
I'll laugh
okay,
at
so I
that,
can't
okay?
make jokes about
I mean,
Abraham
I laughed.
Lincoln. You did laugh.
I did laugh, but
And then you were like, I can't laugh at
but
that.
at the same
Jesus is watching.
I'm just saying.
And the
And
Grammy goes to.
Oh my god. I'm just saying, like, it is a sensitive thing, and like,
Is it though?
no one deserves that.
No one does. But I'm not celebrating and I'm not sad. That's the difference.
I mean, I'm not celebrating.
I'm sorry. Okay, here's
I'm sad that that's what this country's come to, but yeah.
okay. I'm gonna just real quick.
All right, we'll do Kirk.
Real quick.
We're gonna do Kirk.
Real quick question. Real quick question.
Uh-oh.
Did anybody care about the people following Hitler when they died?
I did.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Nobody did.
I cried.
Nobody did. Nobody cared about them. Nobody cared about their family. Keep that in
They definitely
perspective.
cared about Hitler so much.
They
sent
cared
him
about
to the moon.
and the people who followed him. No one cared when they were gone.
So, off of the Hollow Earth,
I said what I said.
tell me about Hitler on the moon.
Okay, so that was his whole thing, was time travel and space travel. He was focusing, that's where the majority of his money went, not just obviously the military, but that was part of it. But his scientists, he literally had them working on it. He stole scientists from America, Russia, all over the world. Where if you don't do what I say, I'm gonna off your whole family, lineage, whatever, because that's the kind of person he is. Because people who do bad things and preach violence and unsettling and telling people that they don't matter causes violence. So we'll just leave it at that. But my thing was the bell. The bell is a real thing you can look up, and it disappeared when Hitler was
Tell
unalived.
me about the bell. What is this bell?
You've never seen it?
No, I didn't
contribute to the conversation.
I looked into the moon landing, not the moon base.
Well, because that was a theory, the Nazi theory, that the reason we had to go to space was to make sure to the moon was to make sure he didn't colonize there and was still alive.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that the moon landing was because they knew that Hitler was there and they had to go find him?
It's a theory that he escaped to there, that he never really died, and that their mission was Russia and the US got together to send people over there to send us to the moon to make sure that his bell didn't actually work. But it was gone. It just disappeared.
Wait, where's the bell? Where was it supposed to be?
It was in Germany, underneath the facility. That would have been unbelievably difficult to get out if you didn't even know where the facility was.
So he time traveled. So he went to the year 2025 to dress like Donald Trump and run for president, is what you're telling me. Because that's what I'm hearing.
No. But it's an actual theory that he had established a top secret facility on the moon.
Right, a theory, but is that like an official theory, or like that's just people speculating?
I mean, all of this is speculation. Everything about theories, conspiracy theories, are speculation. Even the truth of it nowadays is speculation. But but it is one that is regarded because of the technology that he did have and the things he was working on.
So the bell is like a time traveling device
or spaceship or something. They weren't really sure.
They don't know what it was.
They just know as soon as they got there, it was completely gone, which would have been impossible.
I've seen some images of like the bell thing, and it was like basically it looked kind of like a UFO, like
yes,
like
it looked like a spaceship.
saucer. Yeah. Okay. So that.
But it was called the bell.
The bell.
That's what they referred to it as, so people wouldn't know. Like they were like, "Oh, we're working on spaceship," and I'm like, "We're working on the bell."
Interesting. And all their helmets were shaped like the bell. It's like that was their crowning achievement kind of thing.
I just know that they said when the United States infiltrated that they had technology they'd never seen in that room, but the bell was gone.
You know, there's supposed to be some sort of like scientific or spiritual thing about bells. You know, bells are
for whom the bell tolls.
Right. There's bells associated with Santa Claus and Christmas. Bells, a copper bell to trap Krampus. There's a whole bunch of like mystique around bells, and then also all the bells around. Like there used to be bells everywhere, and they've all been like removed or destroyed. Even the Liberty Bell.
I was just about to
cracked,
say that.
You know. And so we don't really have the bells anymore. And some people say that like, you know, the vibrations from it, you know, caused like enlightenment or like a higher vibration and things
but they
like that.
still exist in very small rural cities.
Right. And
where almost no crime happens.
Yeah. You know, I used to growing up, we had a train bell. It was big. It was like big round, and you pull on it and go ding, 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 ding. I used to love that thing. But like I don't know, like you don't see things like that anymore.
No.
You don't. You know, they almost seem non-existent.
It's like they disappeared. Like I noticed that with the onset of phones and devices and all that kind of stuff, that they slowly kind of took things and we didn't even notice because we were so busy. Oh, look at this new thing. Oh, look at this new thing. And things kind of slowly just moved out of our own reality. You ever notice that?
Like, I did know, like small incremental changes over time.
Right.
Even now.
That we wouldn't even notice.
Go to the store right now, Chad, and try to find a bell. And if you do find one,
that actually works. That's actual,
yeah,
an actual bell.
Most bells that are out there, they don't actually.
They're like these little tin,
they're super
crappy
thin
ones.
and like nothing to it. They don't cause any real vibration or any sound. They're really cheap.
Like
and
a solid bell.
I would urge you to go and try to find a bell. And I think the only place you're going to find one is like at an antique store. What are you saying?
The Russians drilled the furthest into the earth, and the drill couldn't withstand the heat and pressure as it went further down. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I know. And they were saying that they could hear the sounds of people screaming in torment from hell on the other side.
I don't think the Russians publicized that. I don't think
that's a real thing that's published. We can cover that one. Oh, that's for sure. I looked into it. I've actually seen the hole. They also couldn't prevent the walls from the hole from collapsing in the gravity of the burying the drill. Cowbells are not used much.
Right? Nope. And it's like
all bells.
Yeah, it's almost like all bells. They just don't want them. And it's like one of the weird things. And now you're going to start noticing things in your life when stuff like this happens that are no longer there,
and there's just
or no longer being used.
That they've just started erasing.
Yeah, it's just like they're slowly rewriting history without the things they don't want you to have for whatever reason. I don't know if the bells give off a signal that they don't want it to go to certain places, or I don't know. I notice the older I get, the less I see certain things, which is odd.
Yeah. And this is a little off tangent, but one of the things that I do want to do for this show is the Mandela effect. Okay. And we
JFK.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about.
We're going to be covering that story now. I think
we're going to have to hide that damn thing. You understand that, right?
Well,
because it's an original copy.
I understand. but I think it's important. I think the most important thing to be here, and what I'd like to do is play the video here, but I'd like to also play the record.
We'll see about that. A whole corner of a building in the Bronx fell. I saw that.
Today?
Saw that today. Yeah, like it just
Out
the
of
corner. Yeah, yeah.
Was it a 747
Train
jet?
whistle, huh?
Was it a 747 jet?
No, the Bronx, a corner of the building out of nowhere. It's like those big buildings. The corner just went.
Sounds like gentrification.
What are you talking about?
Sounds-
This is what do you mean? Like killing, offing people?
No, you don't know what gentrification is? It's where they take like low income housing areas and they allow them to become decrepit and crumble and basically fall apart so that no one wants to live there and they all move away and then investors come in and buy it up for pennies on the dollar and then they turn it into super nice stuff. Yeah.
Got it.
They do it, and like it's like normal.
Even the train whistle isn't. It's weird.
Yeah, train whistles.
We hear them.
There's
once
something
in a while.
more mystical about bells, and like if you look into like New Age healing and stuff too, like there's something to do with this audio and vibration. Being an audio engineer, one thing that I have learned is that there are
sinkhole.
You can actually heal the body and like with medicine with audio signals. That's why the New Age people, they have their bowls and they hit the bells and things like that.
Right.
That's a real thing. Like is studying audio.
That's what I'm saying. In the smaller rural cities, weren't really controlled by anybody. They still have them. We don't out here.
And I think that there's probably some sort of like healing or control or some sort of property to it.
Right.
And like that's another thing is let's cover audio and audio waves and things like that and how they've changed the frequency of music and different things like that. I think that would be fun.
The whole world is an electromagnetic force, which creates everything.
Right, but they changed like all the music that is produced today is at like 440 hertz, and it used to be at like 170 something.
You just want to talk about a subject that I don't know a lot about so that you can sound smart, and even though I'm smarter.
I'm just saying.
It's just the California way of burning all the houses, but the New York way. I mean, that's a different type of way.
Yeah, because they already had the New York fire. They can't do that one twice.
So just have the buildings kind of fall. I mean, in retrospect, I think the building was made of bricks, and that was a ticking time bomb. That's why they don't make them like that anymore, because they do collapse, they do deteriorate, and there's very little you can do to fix them so that they don't.
That's why
and it looked like it was in the hood.
They don't build houses out of brick in California. They're illegal.
We have too many earthquakes.
Right? So they collapse on top of people. So we don't have that here. If you find a building in California that is made of brick, it's
so
over 100
bells
years
must
old.
hurt the aliens.
Bells must hurt the. That is actually a theory.
Maybe it hurts their whole senses, like they can pick it up wherever it's at. That is a good job, Shelley. That is a great theory.
Or they're like Krampus and they can be trapped inside one.
Or they're terrified of them and they go away, and then we won't get our technology.
Or the vibrations like mess with them and.
That's an interesting concept.
That was a win right there. I'm like devils scared of bells and horns. You know, we got to dig into this one.
The bells?
The bells. For whom the bell tolls, time marches on.
Get off my blanket.
And don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. I'm Ozthecryptogoat, and this is my lovely assistant, Jesse. And this is Down the Rabbit Hole. And if you're watching on TikTok, don't forget to double tap that like button and come to YouTube for the full audio video experience. And that way you can get the full enjoyment of the show.
That's true. It's like in a Spider-Man movie, vibrations is a weapon.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on Twitch as well.
Exactly.
Where the vibrations are like messing with you. Or they can sense it.
I need my butt cushion.
Is it because of the aliens? Did they get you?
Yep. There's a little hole in the back for probing.
And oh my gosh.
There we go. Oh, that's so much better. I can't sit in the chair for.
That's why I keep moving around.
Yeah, I just
can't sit very long.
I like this. This is comfy.
See, now you see why I sit on my
sit
feet.
like this.
Yeah.
You know, I like these new chairs.
Yeah.
These are comfortable. I could sit in them for a while, but it does take some getting used to. I'm so used to my other chair that this is completely different for me. I'm not happy about it.
In the same way, is this on Twitch as well in the same way?
It is on Twitch exactly the same way. So come on over to Twitch. That's at Ozthecryptogoat.
I have a serious bias against TikTok. So I'm tired of everybody that is ugly and disgusting. People that are on there, they're just so mean and awful.
They're so negative.
You know how many people I've blocked in the past since I was sick and I had nothing better to do? Because I couldn't really talk.
Every crypto creator I had to because they were all stealing my shit. Like I was like,
it wasn't even that. Like, you know, like we can hear you say things, right? Like we've never been disrespectful, but yet you can be, and then we're the problem. That's so stupid. Like I don't understand that whole psychology.
They're a wannabe cabal.
They think they are.
They think they're something.
Military
they're
channel.
A small little bubble in so many other bubbles.
We're gonna let it go.
Yeah, we're gonna let it go.
All right. Military channel has future weapons, TV show, sound directed energy weapons. Interesting. I gotta look into that.
There's so many rabbit holes to go down.
That's the great.
The question is which one.
That's the best part of this is we have so many infinite things to pick from. Although you need to give me a list ahead of time so I know what I'm researching. But there's so many things because we know we're not being told the truth. Most logical people don't take things at face value. Like you don't believe your kid didn't eat the cookie when there's chocolate all over their face. Like you don't believe it.
I didn't eat it.
But it's the same thing.
I think, you know, it's good to
that's true.
Look at evidence. Like you can find chocolate all over a child's face. But there are some things that just can't be explained. There just can't be evidence. We just can't understand. The moon landing's an easy one because, you know,
there's a lot of variables. We weren't alive at that time, and I completely understand that. But for reasonable deduction of everything that we know and everything we can hypothesize is that they had help. They did go. In what terms? And was the actual scene that we saw from a stage in Hollywood, or was it real? But those things, did we go? Yes. Was it in the way we think it is? Probably not.
I mean, why else would Universal Studios use the Earth, you know, the Universal thing going around the Earth, unless it was filmed there? I think it was filmed there.
But it wasn't called it wasn't called Universal Studios. They would have done it at MGM.
No, they would have done it at Universal.
No, MGM. Okay, you need to look up what studios existed at that time.
They would go to a small studio that was unknown or up and coming, so that.
But who would have more money to protect it?
The government. The government's paying the bill here. Daddy Warbucks is paying.
If something bad happens, they just say it's AI. Orange Man. So the bells have been taken down. Most of them have. I've not seen one out here ever.
Everywhere.
I mean, we live in California, so. Oh my gosh, I haven't them them any. I'm not thinking about it now.
I would challenge you to look and try to find
like
a bell.
A real bell.
Even at the store to buy. You used to be able to buy the little bells.
Wind chimes aren't popular now. So I have
Remember
a friend
you used to have a bell you ding like this? Now they're electronic. You press a button, it goes ding dong.
Yeah. It's interesting that the wind chimes too, really kind of phasing those out as well, unless you're in a small rural community away from social media.
Or you make it yourself.
Or you make it yourself.
Yeah.
It's weird. And it's all has to do about sound. I have a wind chime. I win. You win.
You win.
You win. I like that.
All right, so let's see here. It's about 7:40. Is there any other topics you want to cover?
No, I'm right. We were helped with aliens. We made it to the moon. We actually did go to the moon. And you know what I was thinking now? You're saying that the footprints were different because it was a different set of people that went up there.
Right. So
So
Neil
that could have
Armstrong
been
and Buzz Aldrin were the ground
the
crew.
patsies, and then the real ones that went up there, the reason the boot was different was because that was the real shoe,
Maybe.
not the one that Buzz Aldrin wore. The footprint that's still up there, you can see till this day. There's
right.
one
and
footprint.
The rover drives by and you can see the flag, you can see the module, you can see everything, right? Okay. You can see the footprint. The footprint is different, but it does seem likely that there was some type of shoe thing they left behind. My main thing here is
Don't say Star Trek.
it was what we saw was filmed in Hollywood. I think it was. I really do.
But we went to the moon.
You know, I think we went to the moon.
When they said we did?
Yeah, I think we went there and there were like man-eating leech monsters that like were face suckers and laying eggs in their stomachs. Like,
so the theory, we were doing recon about aliens and we wanted to make sure no one got unalived on TV.
Yeah, they went there to find Hitler and they found face huggers instead, xenomorphs.
That's a real theory. People really believe Hitler went to freaking the moon.
I think he's there now. He's sipping tea.
Not that we would know.
You know, he's in his little rocking chair.
But this is why conspiracy...
With a big glass dome, he's staring at the earth going, oh, I remember my day. I used to go down there and we had these gas chambers.
We had this wicked fires.
Yeah.
No, but here's...
We had mountains of shoes.
Oh my gosh. We're gonna burn.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but it's funnier to make fun of these days. I don't know why. Enough time's gone by. Time is short. Need to focus on both sides uniting before it's
I
too
really
late.
hope so.
I agree with that.
I really hope so. We are running out of time.
Good luck though. But that's the point of doing this show, is to kind of wake people up, unite them.
I know, but anytime I go out by myself, some freaking Karen's like, I'm calling ICE on you. I'm like, fucking do it, man. I'm Native American. Go for it. What are you gonna do? It's like I can't even exist. I can't exist anymore.
Everyone's divided. I'm just saying, like, I try to go to somewhere where, like, oh, this is a place where everyone cares about money. Maybe I can unite people there. All they cared about, they were just as bifurcated there as they are,
Argentina and the submarine.
Like,
I'm ISIS in my red state. They're everywhere. If you think that they're just in one particular place, or you think because
it's like I can't even exist.
Republican
I can't exist
you're safe,
anymore.
you're not. No one's safe.
Stop.
And you're right.
I'm just saying, like, I try to go to somewhere where, like, oh, this is a place where everyone cares about money. Maybe I can unite people there.
We're done. We're gonna get consumed by the rest of the world. That's just what's gonna happen. We're gonna get served up on a silver platter. I know nobody's gonna care. They're everywhere. This is just where we are just in one particular place. Or you think because
it's like I can't even exist.
Republican
I can't exist.
you're safe. You're not. No one's safe.
Someone on Abstract says, I don't know what your name is, but finally a decent stream, solid strategy people there.
We're done. We're gonna get consumed by the rest of the world. That's just what's gonna happen. We're gonna get served up on a silver platter. I know nobody's gonna care. They're everywhere. This is just where we are in a particular place. Or you think because
it's like I can't even exist.
Republican
I can't exist.
you're safe. You're not. No one's safe.
Someone on Abstract says, I don't know what your name is, but finally a decent stream, solid strategy.
Maybe now it's not the word. We're gonna get consumed by the rest of the world. That's just what's gonna happen. We're gonna get served up on a silver platter. I know nobody's gonna care. They're everywhere. This is just where we are in a particular place. Or you think because
it's like I can't even exist. I can't exist.
You're not. No one's safe.
Someone on Abstract says, I don't know what your name is, but finally a decent. That was me. I'm an idiot.
He's going schizo. Yeah, this is all happening in your brains, guys.
That was me. I'm an idiot.
Are you guys okay? What happened? You guys, no, it didn't happen. Look, I'm going to be the government. I'm going to gaslight you. What did you think you heard?
Yeah, it's a conspiracy.